I'm John Dickerson. Join me for the Daily Report, weekdays on CBS News 24/7.
Okay, let's go.
You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett. Welcome to Pfizer Forum. Welcome to a special Republican National Convention edition of America Decides. Day 2 of the Republican National Convention is underway. Many delegates here telling all of us, myself, our CBS colleagues, that they feel more energized, more united than ever behind the 2024 Republican ticket of former President Donald Trump and Ohio Republican Senator J.D. Vance. Tonight, the theme, and of course, National Party conventions always have a nightly theme. This evening's theme, crime and the border. Safety is the umbrella term, and it comes, we should point out, as the investigation into the assassination attempt against former President Trump that occurred Saturday evening in Butler, Pennsylvania, continues, and if anything, is intensifying. I want to go now to our podium position on the floor of the Republican National Convention, where we find Caitlin Huey Burns. Caitlin, tell me what you're seeing. Tell me what the atmosphere is as you look down on the convention and the delegates there assembled, and what you anticipate this evening as many Republicans seeking to win Senate seats in this election are due to speak to the delegates.
Hey, Major, great to be with you. I am just at this podium position. To my left is where you can actually see the speakers tonight, and we'll get to that in a moment. But, Major, there is a new accessory that these delegates have down on the floor here, and that is placards that say Trump Vance, the new ticket. And that is something new that we are seeing today, obviously, in light of that announcement yesterday. Today, as you mentioned, is going to be portraying Republican Party unity in the form of highlighting Trump's former rivals. You're going to hear from Ron DeSantis, the current governor of Florida, who challenged Trump for the nomination. Nikki Haley, who challenged Trump for the nomination. Was the last person standing, actually, in this primary. And notably, she was not originally invited to speak. She was invited on Sunday, after the assassination attempt. So we will be eagerly looking to see the kind of message that she has, considering that a lot of people who were intending to speak have rewritten their speeches in light of what happened on Saturday. Nikki Haley was invited after that event. But an excited crowd here today, and a crowd that knows who the ticket is.
Right, exactly. And to your point about Nikki Haley, Caitlin, you spent a lot of time covering that campaign, talking to voters who gravitated toward Nikki Haley and still are probably at some distance from the Trump campaign and this ticket. How do you anticipate Nikki Haley will talk about Trump tonight and talk about those supporters of hers and how they should come back into the fold?
Well, that's exactly what I'm watching, Major, is whether and how she mentions Trump. In the final months of her campaign, she was very, very critical of Trump, questioning his fitness for office. And what's significant here, Major, you and I have been talking about a Republican Party that has come full circle around Donald Trump in the past 8 years. This is clear that this is not Nikki Haley's Republican Party. That was clear during the course of the primary, and especially on one of the issues that's going to be highlighted tonight, which is foreign policy. That's a huge, her position is a huge contrast to Donald Trump's, especially when it comes to Ukraine, and especially a contrast to J.D. Vance. So it'll be interesting to see how she's received by this crowd, because I've also covered a lot of Trump rallies where members of the base, those who have been firmly behind Donald Trump, really were angered by Haley staying in the race for as long as she did, and kind of viewed her as disloyal to the cause.
Caitlin Huey Burns on the podium position. Thank you. We want to turn our attention to the podium itself, where Kari Lake, a Republican candidate for the United States Senate, is now addressing the convention.
Lying about President Donald Trump and his amazing patriotic supporters. Actually, guys, they lie about everything. They've lied about Joe Biden's health, the economy, the laptop, the border. I could go on and on and on. But the really good news is that every day more and more people are turning off the fake news. And they're... That's right. And Americans are waking up to the truth about the disastrous Democrat policies pushed by Joe Biden and his favorite congressman, my opponent, Ruben Gallego. These guys, they're full of bad ideas. Just last week, Ruben Gallego voted to let the millions of people who poured into our country illegally cast a ballot in this upcoming election.
Joining me now here is Robert Costa. And Robert, good to have you with us. As Kari Lake goes on with her speech, I just want to put one thing on the table. She talked about undocumented immigrants voting in U.S. federal elections. That is illegal now. It has always been illegal. There have been rare instances where that has transpired, but it is not a central problem in election administration in any state of the country, Arizona included. Robert, your impressions of day two?
Day two is just beginning. We're seeing now a spotlight on U.S. Senate candidates like Kari Lake in Arizona. You're going to hear a lot about the issues of crime and immigration tonight. But what I'm really watching is the appearance of former Ambassador Nikki Haley. She ran against Trump in the Republican primary race. And there's a history, as you know better than anyone, Major, about these conventions sometimes being a real spotlight of the tensions in a party, whether it's 1976 with Ronald Reagan and Gerald Ford, or in 2016 with Senator Ted Cruz and then candidate Donald Trump. But what I've been told by Trump campaign officials is they expect Nikki Haley tonight, though this could always change. She could always throw a curveball. They expect an endorsement from her tonight that's enthusiastic. In the wake of the assassination attempt, they see a lot of unity in the party here on the convention floor and among the major players, too.
It is typical, Robert, as you well know, for speeches at a convention to be cleared by the nominee or those who represent the nominee. Has that transaction occurred in the Nikki Haley case? Do we have
it's very
insight into that?
The Trump people have been very scripted about this convention. They have a whole litany of speakers. Now, Ambassador Haley, someone who might want to keep her remarks relatively private and close to the vest. But I would be very surprised if Chris LaCivita and Susie Wiles, the top campaign advisors, and Cliff Sims, who's helping with a lot of the speeches here, another Trump advisor, if they haven't seen it, I'd be stunned. I have no reporting on that. But this is a scripted convention as much as I've seen really the whole time I've been covering politics.
All conventions are scripted. This one intensely so.
2016 had a little fire.
Yes, a little fire into it. Very quickly, how do you think this convention hall will initially greet Nikki Haley? There are some delegates who are kind of skeptical of her.
And she was tough on Trump in the primary.
As Trump was tough on her in a personal
way. Very
way.
tough. I mean, he called her derogatory names. They haven't really had that peaceful moment. I think it's going to be interesting to see how she frames it tonally on message. And does former President Trump come out perhaps with her and raise the fist in the air and show real solidarity? The optics here, I think sometimes in politics, optics are overplayed, and it's really about action and it's about policy. But here tonight, optics do matter. Is the traditional Republican wing going to stand with Trump or not? She's here. Actions speak. But let's see what she has to say.
Always keep an eye on the optics. Robert Costa, thank you very much. I want to go down to the floor of the convention here in Milwaukee, where we can find and do find senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed O'Keefe, where are you, and what is the hat effort tonight on the floor of the convention?
Major, we're somewhere between New Hampshire and Vermont, which you can do geographically, and you can do it here as well on the floor of the convention. We're hanging by Vermont right now because, remember, that was the one state that went to Nikki Haley over the course of the primaries. And to answer your previous question, how do you think the crowd is going to respond to her? I think ultimately, if she delivers something like that Gin Blossoms hit they were just performing a little while ago, the cover band was, "Anywhere You Go, I'll Follow You," she'll do just fine. Anything short of that, and she may have problems. And so that is why there's so much intrigue and attention being paid to what she says tonight. Not unlike, for example, 8 years ago at around the same time on Vanquished Opponents Night when Ted Cruz got to address the convention and did not explicitly endorse Donald Trump and got wildly booed by his supporters, which was the signal that this party was really in the midst of a sea change. So we'll be watching for the reaction of those here on the floor, the rank and file who are set to go out and knock on doors and make votes happen for Donald Trump. We'll also keep an eye on Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor, who is set to speak as well. Another vanquished opponent who would like to have a future in the national shape of the Republican Party. And then we'll keep listening to these Senate candidates as well. Interesting that Kari Lake was the first one up, which means she got the earliest time slot, farthest away from prime time. Why is that? There are concerns among GOP leaders that she may not pull it off. Polling suggests she's trailing her Democratic opponent, Ruben Gallego, may even be dragging down Donald Trump to some extent in a critical battleground state. Major?
Ed O'Keefe from the convention floor, adroitly and cleverly giving us a subtitle for this evening, Vanquished Opponents Night at the Republican National Convention. Ed O'Keefe, thank you very much. Earlier today, my colleague Nora O'Donnell caught up with Eric Trump again on the floor of the Republican National Convention and asked the president's son about a lot of things, among them the assassination attempt on his father. Let's take a quick listen.
Is he having trouble hearing? Like, what else can you say about his health?
No, his ear hurts, and he's lucky. It was a bad skin, wound. But no, he's in great spirits. He's super excited about J.D. Vance. That was a lot of fun yesterday. He thinks he's the right guy, and I believe he's the right guy. And he's super excited to get out here on Thursday. It probably changed his message a little bit. I actually think that he's been pretty clear about that. He goes, I'm going to come out here and give the most unifying message I've ever given, because that's what this country needs.
Donald Trump carried Wisconsin very narrowly in 2016. Joe Biden carried Wisconsin very narrowly in 2020. Coming up, I will speak next with the former Wisconsin governor, Scott Walker, about the Trump-Vance ticket and Republican Party prospects right here in Wisconsin. You're streaming America Decides.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off.
That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to America Decides from the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Fiserv Forum is the arena. The Trump campaign is hoping that it can flip the battleground state of Wisconsin. Of course it is. Back to red this November. As I mentioned before we went to break, won it narrowly in 2016, lost it narrowly in 2024. I think some prescient insight into this matter. I want to bring in someone who knows a lot about Wisconsin politics. Wisconsin former Governor Scott Walker, who ran against Donald Trump in 2016. And I want to start there. Not that I want you to revisit that bitter period of time in your political life, but when you went into that campaign, you were known nationwide as the Republican Party's most successful fighter in battleground states against hostile Democrats and back and forth, and you'd won and defended a recall. And yet, up against Trump, even against that fighter background, quickly vanquished. Tell me what that experience was like and what that told you about Donald Trump's hold then on the party and how it's extended to the present now.
Well, one, I joke I got out before I got a nickname. So on the lighter side of things, I had some fun with that. But seriously, yeah, I was a fighter against the big government special interest here in Wisconsin. I think I was maybe the Midwest version of Donald Trump. He's the nationwide version. But I saw early on that this guy was a guy who wasn't going to back down. He had a bigger-than-life personality, but that in turn helped him be a fighter. And where I saw the appeal, particularly in that 16 election, not just in the primary, but here in Wisconsin, was he was viewed as a fighter for everyday people who felt forgotten by all the politicians, not just Democrat, but Republican politicians, many camps in Washington, D.C. I think that's what won him in 16. I think a few of the suburban voters backed away from that in 2020 because of tone, not substance. I think the key is getting them back in 24.
All right, so talk to me about tone. There's an effort here to make the tone sound different than even the speeches written a couple of days ago would have sounded. Smart?
Yeah, I think it
necessary?
is. Well, I think even look at the format of that last presidential debate. I was one of the few Republicans when it was announced in May to say this is great for Donald Trump because it not only afforded him the opportunity to be quiet and polite, if you would, during Joe Biden's response, but that people would hear President Biden's response. I think that worked to his advantage. Now, I think in the days since then, he's been amazingly, strategically pretty quiet up until this week. And even last night, kind of taking it all in. I was a kid when Ronald Reagan was shot. I know how it moved me and moved the country at that time. I hope it had a similar impact. Because Ronald Reagan said it was divine providence, the DP, that really didn't change his ideas, but changed the course of his presidency. I hope it has that kind of impact on Donald Trump. And he talks about that on Thursday night. Because I think there's a lot of voters who haven't closed the door on voting for him, but want to see not only who he is and what he stands for, but what kind of an impact that sort of life-changing experience has.
Break it down for this audience, Governor Walker. The counties in Wisconsin and the margins that you're going to be watching every day from now until November 5th.
Yeah, you've got Milwaukee and Madison, two biggest cities. Milwaukee, traditional blue-collar Democrat city, but on the margins you can do well. He makes inroads in the black and Hispanic community. That's big. Madison, very, very liberal. They still have Bernie Sanders signs up from 2016. The suburbs historically been Republican, not as by the same margins as the city, but he did well in 16 and 2020. He slipped a little there.
Why did he slip in 2020?
All tone. You look at people who like the policies but didn't like the chaos, didn't like the tweets, didn't like the other thing. A lot of them are having buyer's remorse because their gas is up, their groceries is up, their mortgages are up. Those are real challenges. In the northwest and western parts where Sean Duffy, other members of Congress are now at once Democrat areas, those margins went up for Trump. If he holds those areas and can make just a bit of inroads in the suburbs, which I think he can, fight for them on high prices, that's the key to winning.
The polling data here in Wisconsin has been toggling back and forth in the narrowest of margins, 1 or 2 points. What do you think the state of the race is in Wisconsin right now?
I think it's razor thin. You know, I won 3 times, each with barely over 52, 53% of the vote, and that was generally considered to be a blowout in Wisconsin. So this will probably be another race below 25,000 votes out of nearly 6 million people in this state. They have the financial advantage big time. Massive amounts of money spent on grassroots efforts on the doors by paid staff, by paid campaign offices. The latest public poll shows the enthusiasm for Trump is much higher with the electorate who are voting for him. Republicans, those of us involved like myself in the campaign, have to go and stoke that enthusiasm to make up for the financial advantage of the Biden-Harris campaign.
I care a lot about election administration in this country. I've written a book about it. You had close elections in Wisconsin. You had a long history of high participation, visibility and transparency in election administration. Are you confident about the system in Wisconsin and its resilience and its believability in what is clearly going to be another close election in the state?
It is. I think that's why, again, we got to get out full force. The bottom line is we want to have transparency is the key word. Have open, if there's changes, modifications, be out front, talk about what it said, let people know.
Right.
And I think in the end.
No problem with pre-election litigation. Have the rules established so everyone gets a chance to fight their way in court. And then when those rules are established, follow the rules.
We're near Lake Michigan. I've said repeatedly after elections, trying to deal with something after the fact is like spitting in Lake Michigan. You want to go to court now. Make sure that every county official, every election official is following the state statutes to the T. And then go and have good elections and let the best candidate win.
What do you think J.D. Vance does to the Trump messaging in Wisconsin?
Well, it helps he's a Midwesterner. You know, we're in the Big Ten. We have a little bit of a clash between Ohio State and the University of Wisconsin.
I've heard about that. I think I read about it in the papers.
Exactly. But that aside, although it's like siblings. You know, you fight amongst yourselves, but somebody messes with someone in the Midwest, we're going to rally around. But seriously, I think a bigger thing to me than just the geographical significance is the fact of his life story. You know, in this state, like every state across America, when I was governor, one of my biggest, toughest issues, cross-party lines, was addiction.
Still is.
So you think of J.D. Vance and you think of his very personal story about his family, drug addiction, abject poverty, all those challenges. I think that fits in with Donald Trump saying, I'm fighting for forgotten men and women of this country. A lot of them are in families like J.D. Vance's.
In part of that Trump message, there is an immigration appeal that says he will engage in the largest deportation in the history of this country. Millions of people possibly put in temporary camps. Some people call those concentration camps. Are you in favor of that? Does that sound too aggressive for you and for voters here in Wisconsin?
Well, I think the bottom line is we got to stop. We got to secure the border. There's a big difference between the millions of people who came in here legally on a work visa and maybe extended or expired that, and that's a separate issue to deal with, versus what we see, which is a full-scale invasion. And I
You
worry,
are comfortable with that term invasion?
I am. If you've got a border that open, we don't know who's coming in. I'm all for, I proudly tell with the young people I work with at Young America's Foundation, I'm proud of our immigrant past. I'm proud of the fact that America has more than 1 million people who legally immigrate to America every year. We have 4 times more foreign-born citizens than any nation in the world. I'm proud of my immigrants, and I'm proud of the people who recently came here. So it's not about immigration. It's about knowing who's coming in. And I look at that southern border. I've been there with Greg Abbott. I've been there repeatedly. We have people bringing in drugs like fentanyl. Could be just up the road here. It could be anywhere else in the country. Fentanyl is killing our young people, and that's why it's such a critical issue.
Governor Scott Walker, I appreciate the time and your insight. Thank you very much. Some familiar faces. Well, wait a minute. What to expect from former presidential candidate Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, and Vivek Ramaswamy? That's coming up next. You are streaming America Decides.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gailey has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my 2 good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Let's
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides and our continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention. I want to take you directly to the floor. This is David McCormack, Republican candidate for Senate in Pennsylvania.
But you probably don't know him because he does nothing. For 18 years, Bob Casey has been warming a chair and drawing a paycheck. He is a do-nothing, out-of-touch, liberal career politician. And when he votes for Joe Biden's tired old ideas. Casey's been around so long that the #1 song when he was first elected was the Macarena, right? Does everybody remember the Macarena? But sadly, this is no joke, because politics is about choices. And the policies of Biden and Bob Casey are dangerous for Pennsylvania and America.
That's David McCormack on the floor of the Republican National Convention. He was, we should point out, with former President Trump Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, and talked in his opening remarks about that experience. I want to bring in national political reporter for the Washington Post, Sabrina Rodriguez. She joins me here. Sabrina, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. It's an open-ended question. Take it in any direction you prefer. Impressions so far now that we're into the early part of day 2 of the Republican National Convention.
It's all about the energy. I can't get past, I think we saw it from the second we got here yesterday and the event started. I mean, the amount of energy in this room, I think there was an open question given the assassination attempt, what exactly the mood would be, if there would be sort of a darkness to it and, you know, a sadness or anything given what happened. And really, I mean, it's full steam ahead. People so enthused for Trump, so enthused now that he's announced J.D. Vance. And I think what's been interesting is talking to delegates here. I mean, we've seen in polling that as much as about half of the people in this country don't know really very much about J.D. Vance. I've seen that reflected even on this delegation with the delegates of people that don't know too much about him. But they're so all in for this Trump ticket that it doesn't really matter. They're all in and they support who he chose.
What they know is they like Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump says it's okay with me, it's going to be okay with them.
Absolutely.
And when you talk about energy, I agree with you. It is something you pick up on in any encounter with any delegate. And it's not the typical kind of energy I've encountered at conventions before. Because these are activists, these are delegates, these are people involved in the process. They sort of come with a pre-existing energy. But after Saturday, it feels maybe this is an exaggeration, maybe not like your impressions of it, marrow deep?
Oh, for sure. This feels personal. There is such a strong, I hate to lean into, but there's just such a strong feeling against the administration, against Joe Biden, against Kamala Harris. And I feel like part of what I'm reconciling with right now in this is the rhetoric we've been hearing. You know, we've heard the president come out and say that he really wants to tone down the temperature. We heard Trump in the immediate aftermath of the assassination attempt agree that there needs to be more unity. But in the same breath that I'm hearing delegates here talk about they want unity and they want the temperature down, they're also still saying how, you know, Joe Biden is a threat for the future of this country and how they would never want to see Kamala Harris be a president, and they're still using some of that really intensely charged rhetoric.
And we have about 30 seconds to go, Sabrina, so I don't mean to condense you overly, but tonight, Nikki Haley, what are you looking out for?
I mean, it's, you know, she ended up getting a prime spot, which is already a question that we had going into this of what time slot, or if they would even invite her to speak. But really trying to hear what the message is she's going to give. You know, there are people in this room that were delegates supporting her. What is the message of unity? What is the message to the Republican Party, since she did have such a different vision from Trump on the future of this country?
No doubt, and the future of the Republican Party. Sabrina Rodriguez, national political reporter for the Washington Post. Thank you so very, very much. Here now to join us is Peter Hamby. He is the host of Snapchat's Good Luck America and a partner at Puck News. Peter, it's always great to see you. Sorry you're not here with me. I wish you were. You and I have been around the bend when it comes to politics. You know that conventions are commercials, they're advertisements, and there's always a sort of cynical side to politics and things that happen at conventions. Tell me what you're expecting to hear from Nikki Haley tonight, and how do you think this convention is going to react?
I'm definitely watching Nikki Haley's reaction closely. I mean, Sabrina said she was watching what Nikki's going to say. I certainly am too. But she, unlike Ron DeSantis, left the Republican presidential race with pretty high unfavorable ratings among Republican voters. Even though Donald Trump basically thumped Ron DeSantis in Iowa, at the end of the day, he didn't attack Donald Trump very much, and his numbers among Republicans and conservatives, his fave ratings were pretty good, Major. We were both out there together this cycle. Nikki Haley, however, called Donald Trump unfit for office. So we'll see what Trump loyalists in that room, or how they react to her. I'm fascinated to see that. I'm kind of fascinated Nikki Haley decided to show up. The other thing, really quick, I do want to mention too, is that a lot of these Senate candidates who are speaking tonight, Ruben Gallego, Sam Brown in Nevada, Dave McCormack, who we just saw, they are mostly running behind Donald Trump in these races, whereas the Democratic Senate candidates are running ahead of Joe Biden. So this is a good opportunity for them to introduce themselves to the country and maybe raise some money too if people like what they say.
Peter, really quickly, about a minute. One of the things that Puck News focuses on is the connection between politics and tech. Talk about J.D. Vance, connection to the tech world, and money for Trump.
I think that's a fascinating angle here, Major. Peter Thiel is a longtime J.D. Vance patron. He helped broker a meeting before J.D. Vance ran for Senate in a crowded Republican primary between Trump and Vance, and really was like, hey, you guys got to hash this out, because J.D. Vance had said some negative things about Trump in the past before. Thiel is just one of many Silicon Valley / venture capital types who have been backing the Republican Party in recent years, despite being previously a little more libertarian. But this is a sea change, Major, from the Obama years. Remember when all the tech people were for Barack Obama for Democrats? Now you see Mark Andreessen, you see Elon Musk, you see David Sachs, who had a speaking role at the convention. Tech people are really coming out for Donald Trump. Not the rank and file necessarily, and I work at a tech company as well, but these big executive VC types, the kind of podcast bros of the Silicon Valley world, are now lining up behind Trump, and I find that to be a fascinating shift.
Peter Hamby, thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Major.
Silicon Valley billionaire Peter Thiel has donated millions of dollars to the Republican Party, as we just discussed. We will break down how that money helped launch Ohio Senator and now Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance to the top of the Republican ticket. That's next. You are streaming America Decides.
And I want to first acknowledge what transpired just a few days ago in my home state, where I witnessed firsthand from a front row seat in Butler, President Trump's remarkable strength and resolve in a terrifying and unpredictable moment. The president rose brilliantly to the challenge. But what a sad and frightening day for the families of those who were injured or lost, and for our great country. And we all thank God that President Trump is okay.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail. What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions.
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024?
Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides and our ongoing coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. Thanks so much for staying with us. Money matters in politics, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fact. It may be an uncomfortable fact for you, but it matters. I want to bring in CBS News investigative reporter Dan Klaidman, who joins us here in Milwaukee at the convention. Dan, there was a report yesterday afternoon after J.D. Vance was announced as Trump's running mate that Elon Musk may stroke a check for $45 million a month to a newly formed pro-Trump super PAC, meaning a super political action committee. Talk to us about the money that J.D. Vance might have avenues to that could be instrumental for the Trump campaign.
Well, look, that is stunning on multiple levels. First of all, just the amount. All of a sudden, sort of out of nowhere, Elon Musk, richest man in the world, but he had not given a lot of money to politics. and now he's within the top 5 or 10 all-time donors to presidential campaigns or re-election efforts with this staggering amount of money.
If it comes through, it's a pledge.
If it comes through, but it's a pledge, $45 million a month. That is a lot of money. And what's also interesting about it is you now have the emergence of these tech people who are not the traditional, more liberal-minded tech people, but actually kind of anti-establishment, more conservative tech people who are starting to pony up and give real money to Donald Trump. That may be a real shift that's worth paying attention to.
Now, the big tech firms, now they're not necessarily in the big tech firms, they're sort of in that world, but there's been a tremendous conversation about the big tech companies getting too large and antitrust action, regulatory action being taken against them. Is this a hedge against that, or is this a way to expedite the shrinking of some of their rivals?
Look, with Elon Musk, it's hard to know. You know, it could be philosophical. I mean, you see his politics have been evolving for a long time now, and he is all in with Donald Trump, and he is pretty negative about Joe Biden. Whether it's a hedge, whether it's about business interests, you know, we don't really know. You know, the interesting thing is he stayed on the sidelines for a long time. Some people think that because of his business interests, particularly SpaceX, that he really depended on government subsidies. And if you start giving money to one candidate and not the other, that candidate doesn't get in office, you may be in trouble. But SpaceX is so big, the U.S. government is so dependent on SpaceX now that he doesn't really have that much risk to worry about. So, you know, my guess with Elon Musk is it's philosophical at this point. It's ideological. Now, there may be some benefits to giving this kind of money to someone who might be president that is, you know, in a business sense. But I'm not sure that's what this is about.
Dan, do you have any sense that J.D. Vance is an accelerator to this conversation or a new avenue opening up for the Trump world?
Look, J.D. Vance has been assiduously courting billionaires and tech billionaires in particular for a long time. He is a very savvy politician who understands how important money is. The main example, which I wrote about for CBSNews.com, is Peter Thiel, also a kind of iconoclastic, more conservative tech entrepreneur. He bankrolled J.D. Vance's Senate campaign to the tune of $15 million. That is a lot of money. J.D. Vance knows how the game works.
Dan Klaidman, thank you so very much for your expertise. I really appreciate it. If Donald Trump, up next rather, as the prompter rolls for me, I certainly hope, my interview with National Republican Chair of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, Steve Daines. That's coming up next. You're streaming America Decides.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now. We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores the system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
but with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Haitians are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Hey there, welcome to The Uplift.
I thought she was a groom, and I stepped back and I went, oh, you're the queen. She's going to be with me every instant that I'm alive.
I just wanted to see if you'd go to Disneyland with me today.
I look over at him and he's smiling.
I'm going to remember that the rest of my life.
They told us when he was going to be born, he was only going to live for 30 minutes. It's really a miracle that he's with us today.
The Uplift. Stream now on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
A CBS News investigation. People looking for love, finding their life savings gone.
This could happen to anybody.
And sometimes losing their lives. Anything for love. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to America Decides. Earlier, I spoke with the chair of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, Senator Steve Daines of Montana, about the impact of the attempted assassination of former President Trump over the weekend and other political matters. Talk to me about where you see the momentum for this party, for this ticket after day one of the convention.
Well, I'll tell you, you can sense the enthusiasm, the excitement, the unity as this party is really coming together behind President Trump and now as Vice President nominee J.D. Vance. But I tell you, I think the emotion here coming off of the assassination attempt on Saturday, it can't be overstated. You know, there was that incredible moment Saturday where, you know, assassin's bullet was a quarter-inch off of either making this a memorial service or a national convention. I mean, it was a quarter-inch separated, one of two outcomes here, and here we are, thankful for God's protection of President Trump and the fact that we can be here, nominate him as our president's nominee, and win in November.
Good news for former President Trump, tragic news for one victim and two others who were wounded and are still holding on to life.
Look, I mean, it was a fire chief lost his life, an innocent, somebody going to a political rally, and nobody would have thought you go home dead. And then you had the two other rally goers there that are still, you know, wounded and then healing up.
What effect do you think that will have on political campaigning for the rest of this cycle, Senator Daines?
Well, clearly it changes the whole security posture.
And not just for the former president and President Biden, but for senatorial candidates.
Yeah, well, I mean,
are you having conversations about that?
Well, I think there'll be a heightened security presence at events and so forth. But look, democracy is going to continue to move forward. We are proud of the fact we have a nation here. We have access to our elected officials. And, you know, we had, you know, a deranged individual in Pennsylvania that tried to take out the President of the United States. We're going to move forward here 3.5 months. So we want to make sure the voters expect to interact with their candidates, interact with elected leaders.
Senator Daines, when you talk about unity, do you mean intra-party Republican unity, or do you mean something that is an appealing message outside of the Republican Party?
Yeah, well, I think the step one is always to unify a party, and we are unified. I can't say that was true a year ago, but now the party is coming. We've got Nikki Haley speaking. There's an example of bringing unity together, Ron DeSantis. And so the party is unified. I think President Trump has an opportunity on Thursday night now to expand that unity and think about unifying the nation. The country is yearning for a strong leader and one that will bring a unifying kind of message. And what I've heard from President Trump is he tore up his speech he planned. We're going to have a different speech on Thursday night.
On our air last night on CBS special coverage of this event, Michael Whatley, the party chairman, Glenn Youngkin, the governor of Virginia, both told us that they were told by President Trump to rewrite your speeches. Will Senate candidates who are appealing for voters tonight have rewritten speeches tonight?
Well, look, I think there's always a contrast that needs to be painted clearly around the positions. Let's keep it focused on policy, not on personality. And I think that's what our Senate candidates will be talking about, because the policy gap here is large in terms of visions for this country. The candidates have every right to paint that contrast, but let's do it in a way here that's focused on policy and not personality.
Former President Trump in this very campaign has described Democrats as communists, Marxists, fascists, who are criminals who steal elections and try to destroy the country. Is that the kind of rhetoric you see receding after this moment in Saturday in Pennsylvania?
Well, the rhetoric cuts both ways on that in terms of both parties. But I hope there will be a temperature decrease. I think the country is looking for that. And leaders have a task here of setting the tone, setting the temperature. As we say, we should be more thermostats than thermometers. We can take the temperature down.
Talk to me about J.D. Vance and very important Senate campaigns in Milwaukee. Wisconsin here. Obviously, Milwaukee's in Wisconsin, and Michigan and Pennsylvania.
So, J.D. Vance is somebody I got to campaign for back in 22. Got to know him very well as a colleague. J.D. Vance brings a couple of things. Number one, my father's a Marine, but he said J.D. Vance will be the first U.S. Marine to serve as vice president. Our veterans will certainly rally behind that. But J.D. Vance has a great American dream story. Really growing up on the other side of the railroad tracks. Of course, his story that's been a New York Times bestseller, coming from poverty, divorced parents as a toddler, raised by his mom's third husband, goes to Ohio State University, goes to the Marine Corps, and he'll tell you that straightened him out. And then on to Yale. Very, very bright. But here's, I think, the appeal that J.D. has. He appeals to what we call lunch bucket Democrats. So Democrats that I grew up with in Montana. My grandpa Daines was a diehard lunch bucket kind of Democrat. J.D. Vance would have an appeal to somebody like that. They feel like they've been left behind by the Democrats' agenda.
Bigger than President Trump or complementary to President Trump?
I think it complements, but I think his unique story is something that very few members of Congress have. And I'll tell you,
certainly President Trump doesn't have.
He doesn't. So Trump has the appeal, but I think J.D. Vance has the story. He can uniquely relate to those voters. But look what it does in Ohio. I got to believe Sherrod Brown was not happy to hear that J.D. Vance is going to be the vice president, because J.D. Vance knows Ohio. That's going to put, certainly give a spring in the step there, Bernie Moreno, our candidate in Ohio. But look at places like Pennsylvania, like Michigan, like Wisconsin. Again, lunch bucket Democrats looking for a home. J.D. Vance provides that kind of relatable story.
Steve Daines, Senator from Montana, Chairman of the Republican Senatorial Committee. Thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Glad to join you.
Earlier, I spoke with our Camilo Montoya Galvez about the impact of immigration and the attendant issue of crime and immigration on the presidential campaign. Camilo, as you well know, for Republicans and for former President Trump, one of the prisms by which their voters and the former president view crime is through migrants crossing the border. Yeah. Explain to our audience what the facts are. What do we know?
That's right. Well, as you know, former President Trump is yet again making immigration a major pillar to his presidential campaign in his bid to return to the White House. And there have been record numbers of migrant crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border under the Biden administration. That is true about 8 million migrant encounters. That is a fact. But not every single one of those encounters equals an individual migrant, Major, because many of these migrants are crossing the border multiple times illegally and are being counted multiple times on those tallies. It is also important to underscore that not every migrant who is processed is allowed to stay. The Biden administration has actually, unbeknownst to a lot of people, carried out over 4 million deportations, expulsions, and returns of migrants. So half of those encounters have actually resulted in migrants being kicked out of the U.S., but it is still a major issue. We have seen a recent decrease, a sharp decrease in illegal crossing since President Biden made most migrants ineligible for asylum under that executive action. And since then, we have seen Republicans pivot to another immigration concern, and that is of crime, tying immigration and crime into one issue politically. They are highlighting some heinous crimes, committed by undocumented immigrants here in the U.S.
But statistics show, if I understand this correct, Camilo, over and over, and this is something that I've told that analysts agree across the board, Republicans and Democrats who look at this ideologically, that migrants commit fewer crimes than Native Americans across the board.
The data is not very comprehensive on this question, Major, but the analyses that are available do not show that migrants are committing crimes at a higher rate than native-born American citizens. In fact, Border Patrol data actually shows that criminals make up a very tiny fraction of the people who are processed crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. And anecdotally, I can tell you that most of the migrants I've met here in the U.S. and across the border are people who are fleeing desperate circumstances, whether it's poverty, whether it's violence. They may not qualify for asylum, but they're certainly not criminals or terrorists.
Camilo Montoya Galvez, thank you so much for those facts, that perspective, as always. In the wake of Saturday's shooting, calls for unity are growing louder, a move that is being welcomed by parents on either side of the political aisle. Our Caitlin Huey-Burns spoke with some earlier today.
We went there to have a good time, and, you know, kids wanted to see the president. We were in the grandstand. We heard the first thing I was thinking about. I said, who the heck brought fireworks in here? And then I turned around, and my grandkids were already ducked down, and so I got down real quick.
Have you talked to your kids about this kind of possibility before?
We've talked about it in like a school setting. You know, that was always a fear that I have. But as far as just being out in public, I've never really talked to them about that.
So you almost expect a school shooting at this point, but not at a political rally.
Right. But I've told them, you know, now I'm never letting them go to anything political ever again.
I can imagine them not wanting to be involved in this at all. But we need them to be involved so that they can change it. It was unsettling before the assassination attempt. I feel like everything's getting very heated and very angry and violent.
How do you balance the idea of like wanting your kids to be able to be kids and experience things, but also being kind of fearful of all of this?
Right. You just let them do it. I mean, there's nothing I can do. I want them to live their lives, so they're not going to be sheltered. But, you know, in the back of your mind, you're hoping this is not the last time I'm dropping them off.
Do you think the temperature can be toned down?
I do. I think if you had the right leadership and the right mindset, maybe I'll kind of figure this out.
I don't want them to live in fear. I want them to, you know, be able to have their own opinions on who they would want for president and not have to worry about getting hurt over it.
That does it for me tonight. Please stay with us after the break for a CBS News special report, live coverage of the Republican National Convention. And join us again tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern for our coverage of Day 3 of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee. You are streaming America Decides.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
is
that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean? What does that mean? Did any of that make sense? Have you What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app. An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides is your place for fact-based, unbiased reporting.
At the White House, at the Capitol, on the campaign trail.
What do you say to those in your party?
Any cracks in the Republican Party?
Our reporters and our anchors travel the country talking to voters like you
about the issues that matter most.
Immigration is really a factor right now
that are going to be driving your decisions
What would you say to those who say, look, that's just democracy at work?
Listening to you and bringing your voice into our coverage.
I want a strong, proud America.
Is democracy on the ballot in 2024? Let us help you decide.
America Decides on CBS News 24/7.
Stream our expanded one-hour program Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
When people say who's first to get in the morning, that would be me. Morning news matters because it sets the tone for your day, and it's a way of getting you started.
Day to day, that first draft of history, it happens right here.
We're going to uplift you. We're going to send you out your way.
We take you places, we teach you new things, and we make you feel like, it's not all bad.
People say to me, you always seem to be having a good time. And you know what? You're right.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I'm a voracious consumer of information and news. I am constantly curious and constantly want to learn. I know I personally want to know the basic facts of every issue and to press into the heart of the matter. Information is the currency of democracy, and that's what we bring to the table every Sunday.
On Saturday, the devil came holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared!
This is a CBS News special. America Decides, Campaign 24, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Hi, hear you great, thanks. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Welcome to CBS coverage of night 2 of the Republican National Convention. There are now just 112 days until the votes are counted in what both parties call the most important election in our nation's history. Good evening from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And tonight's theme here is Make America Safe. Once again, they're going to be focusing on crime, border security, and immigration. We'll hear from lawmakers and what the RNC calls everyday Americans impacted by opioids and fentanyl and violent crime. Earlier today, we saw Vice Presidential nominee and Senator J.D. Vance walk through the convention hall and stand at the podium just behind me ahead of his big speech tomorrow. I have to tell you that the tone here has been boisterous despite this weekend's attempted assassination of former President Trump. And big question, will we see Trump again tonight? I think it's likely. When he walked in and received that rousing ovation, it was not only emotional for the former president, but I think for many of the people gathered here. And it was his first public appearance since the shooting. And then this new development today, CBS News has learned that Trump was actually under increased security at the time of that attack due to a possible assassination plot against him by Iran. An official tells us there's no indication Iran or any other country was behind Saturday's shooting, but this has been an interesting development today, and Trump has called for unity. And the hope by the Republicans is that that will be on display tonight. Of course, a number of the former president's rivals will be speaking tonight. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, she's the surprise guest. Remember, she served as UN ambassador in the Trump administration, but then she turned a political rival, running against him for the Republican nomination. She was the last person standing, and she delivered some pretty tough attacks against Donald Trump and his mental state and his age. So we'll see what she says tonight. And also on tonight's schedule, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, also an ally, turned rival, and now, of course, supporting Donald Trump. So lots to watch and look forward tonight. So here with me is Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa and Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. Great to have both of you. A lot has happened today.
Marquee speech tonight, former Ambassador Nikki Haley. We covered her campaign closely. You interviewed her several times. This was someone who was taking hard hits against Trump throughout the campaign. She's pulled it back. She's given her delegates now to former President Trump. Tonight's a night of unity, but just how much unity? So many top Republicans here in this audience tonight tell me they will be closely watching Ambassador Haley's tone, her message. Is she setting herself up for a possible 2028 presidential run, or is she setting herself up for a possible new job in a potential Trump administration?
It is a question that I posed to Eric Trump when I saw him down on the floor earlier today. He said she will be welcomed with open arms. This is part of the unifying message, so all seem to be good, according to Eric Trump. And then, of course, Major Garrett will also hear from Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, the sub-theme tonight, Nora, is the aspiring and the vanquished. The aspiring are Senate candidates, Republicans running across the country. They're giving speeches right now to this convention floor. The vanquished are those who challenged former President Trump, thought he might be vulnerable as a potential Republican nominee, and lost badly. Nikki Haley is the last to fit into that category. We should also remember that Donald Trump delivered some pretty acidic lines about her, calling her bird brain, questioning the solidity of her marriage, bringing up her birth name in a kind of low-level attempt to sort of other her as an immigrant to this country. So that was a tough part of the campaign. And after the assassination attempt on Saturday, on Sunday, the Trump campaign internally gave a fresh look at this question. What about Nikki Haley? What about her voters? She was not originally part of this schedule at all. And they were very comfortable with that. But on Sunday, there was a reassessment. Wait a minute, maybe there's an opportunity here. Maybe there's a way to send a message, not just to this convention floor, but to the country writ large, that there is a new look within the party and those on the outer edges of it who might be reconsidering the party. That's why Nikki Haley is here tonight.
Does she matter, not only with female voters, but what about what would be called the traditional base of the Republican Party and also the money base of the party, which funded her heavily?
I think about a state like Georgia. Not always a battleground state, but it's become a battleground for both parties in recent presidential cycles. In the Atlanta suburbs, I've covered them extensively. You have people who go to country clubs, people who work at major corporations. They like a certain kind of Republican. They weren't always inclined towards former President Trump. Can she bring them along? Can she give them an excuse to come along and join the Trump coalition? Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, he's had his issues with former President Trump. Her message tonight is to those voters. Is she going to give them permission politically, socially, that there's no stigma by voting for Trump?
I want to bring in CBS's senior White House and political correspondent, Ed O'Keefe. He joins us again from the convention floor. Ed?
Nora, good evening. Welcome to night 2 here down on the floor. You know, we're tracking all sorts of things, among other things, the fashion of the delegates. And I want to point out the latest trend that we spotted. This is Joe Neglia from
Tempe, Arizona.
Tempe, Arizona. This is your first convention?
Well, the first one I attended. I was elected in 2022, but that one was canceled because of COVID.
And I noticed what you're wearing on your right ear.
This is the newest fashion trend. I'm getting this going. Everybody in the world is going to be wearing these pretty soon. It's the latest thing. My wife tells me I dress like an engineer, but I'm setting new fashion ground here. So.
And you just made this in your hotel room today with an envelope, or what?
No, I folded it up on the bus on the way here.
Joe, thank you for that. Arizona is among those states that has recruited and allowed delegates to the convention who raised questions about the 2020 results. There are a handful who are facing state charges for allegedly interfering in the 2020 elections. One of them is here, a woman named Nancy Cottle, who got permission from a judge last week to travel here to Milwaukee for the convention despite those state charges. We asked if she wanted to talk. She told us didn't want to because of the charges she's facing. So, Nora, a good reminder that that remains a concern of Republican delegates, something we'll track throughout the week, but we'll also see how many more of these ear covers show up on the ears of delegates.
Ed O'Keefe, always enjoy hearing from the delegates. Thank you so much. CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel is also on the floor here at the Fiserv Forum. Tony?
Hey there, Nora. We've got a little bit of a comms disruption, but I'm on the other side of the floor from Ed with the South Carolina delegation. The first question I've had for people tonight is how can tonight top last night? And everyone agrees that not until Thursday are you going to see more excitement, more electricity in this particular arena. But they gave me a pretty cogent breakdown of the goals. Unity nationally may be the mission by Thursday for former President Donald Trump. Tonight, it's unity more locally, unity within the Republican Party. And I am assured by the great people of South Carolina here in this delegation that Nikki Haley is not going to pull a Ted Cruz 2016. We all remember, and in fact, one of the gentlemen here, a senior member of the delegation, was there, I think it was Cleveland 2016, when Ted Cruz did not endorse Donald Trump and said famously, vote your conscience. He said the Texas delegation was very pissed off that night, so much so that you'll notice Ted Cruz is not here this time around. In politics, people have a long memory. That is not going to happen tonight, we're told. We've located a Ron DeSantis voter who is now crossed over, and a Nikki Haley voter who is now crossed over. We're going to check in with them a little bit later after their former candidates address everyone here from the main stage, Nora.
They are one of the main attractions. Tony DeCopel, thank you so much. CBS News political correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is at the podium. And Caitlin, explain where you are and what you see there.
Good evening. It's great to be with you from this podium position. I'm standing to the right of the stage, so I have the view of the back of those who are speaking on that stage, but also full view of the teleprompter, so keeping an eye on that. There's another new accessory. Ed mentioned the one that he's been seeing, but I've been seeing new placards that say Trump Vance. Of course, this is a crowd that's very excited that they have a full ticket now nominated. And Nora, just to pick up on a couple of themes that you all were talking about, these former Trump rivals. We mentioned Nikki Haley. I covered her extensively. Marco Rubio is also speaking tonight. He's one of the final speakers here tonight. He was, of course, on the short list for Trump's VP. And I'm thinking back to 2016 when I was covering the Republican primary in South Carolina. Nikki Haley endorsed Marco Rubio, and they stood up on the stage together with Tim Scott and called themselves the faces of the new Republican Party. Well, we know what has happened over the past 8 years. This is now the completion of Trump's Republican Party. And the idea that Nikki Haley and Marco Rubio are standing here, having tried to compete against him in 2 different cycles, kind of a recognition that this is Trump's party and not the party that they ran in.
Caitlin Huey-Burns there. Thank you so much.
So, Nora, national conventions for both parties are commercials, and they do what Margaret Thatcher always said you should do about politics, accentuate the positive. But there's going to be a glaring gap between whatever Nikki Haley says tonight and what she said in the campaign, particularly on the issue of I'm going to throw it back to Nora because I've been told to wrap. So, Nora, back to you.
We'll
finish that.
That's a good tease. We're going to
finish that thought in a second.
Yes. We do want to listen in to Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. She's the House Republican Conference Chair from New York, rose to prominence. Let's listen.
We always say that this is the most important election in our lifetime, but we know deep down this one truly is. Our Constitution and the soul of our very nation are on the ballot. Under Joe Biden, the American people have suffered crisis after crisis. From the Biden border, the most wide-open border in our nation's history, to Bidenflation, the highest rate of inflation in my lifetime, devastating hardworking families with skyrocketing prices for groceries, gas, and utilities. To Biden's violent crime crisis, fueled by Democrats' pro-criminal sanctuary cities and defund the police policies like we have seen in my home state of New York. All while corrupt Democrat prosecutors and judges wage illegal and unconstitutional lawfare against President Trump in an effort to do Joe Biden's political bidding. And around the world, the feckless and failed Joe Biden has caused chaos, weakening our national security. From the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, to Hamas's terrorist attack against our most precious ally, Israel. And let me ask you a question. What has been the response from the radical left on our college campuses? Vile anti-Semitism, chanting death to Israel, death to Jews, death to America. This is Joe Biden's Democrat Party. Who saw that congressional hearing with the college presidents of so-called elite universities? Oh, wait, they are former presidents. You know, I asked one simple question at that hearing. It was not a political question. It was a moral question, and that was this. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? And one after the other said it depends on the context. Let me tell you, America knows it does not depend on the context. President Trump will bring back moral leadership to the White House, condemning anti-Semitism and standing strong with Israel and the Jewish people. President Trump will once again deliver the most secure border in our nation's history and unleash the American economy. And he will bring peace through strength as Commander-in-Chief, standing with our allies and causing our enemies to fear us. President Trump has done it before, and he will do it again. This November, we are counting on you, we the people, to save America by electing President Donald J. Trump. It is clear for the whole world to see nothing, absolutely nothing will stop President Trump from standing and fighting for our great country. And I have been proud to always stand in the breach during the toughest moments for President Trump, from leading the charge against illegal impeachments, to standing for election integrity, to unifying House Republicans, to proudly being the first member of Congress to endorse him for re-election. And as we embark on the difficult path ahead to save America, call upon Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. We the people will never give up on President Trump, and we will never give up on the United States of America. God bless you, God bless President Donald J. Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the majority.
And there you hear from Elise Stefanik, the highest-ranking woman in the House of Representatives, a staunch defender of President Trump, especially during the impeachment hearings. And since then, too, it's surprising to some that she did not get a primetime speaking slot, given how much she has stood up for the president in many different occasions. I want to go back to that thought, Major, that you were talking about, which is Ukraine and Nikki Haley, because she has been a staunch supporter of funding for Ukraine.
Right. During the campaign, Nikki Haley said that this first hot war, conventional war in Europe since World War II was of direct interest to the United States and all of our European allies, and that Ukraine should be funded militarily and economically, its infrastructure protected, rebuilt, and Russia defeated. That is not the position of former President Trump or J.D. Vance. And if President Trump is reelected and J.D. Vance is his vice president, they will make decisions about the future of U.S. military and economic aid to Ukraine. And that's going to be a real issue after this election. And what Nikki Haley says or doesn't say about that will be important to watch this evening.
It's a great point, and I want to bring in our Face the Nation moderator, Margaret Brennan, who is also our chief foreign affairs correspondent on that point. Margaret, so good to see you. And what about that? I mean, I wonder if Nikki Haley will even bring up Ukraine tonight.
Well, you know, when you hear about these calls for unity within the party, you wonder if it is actually unity of the country or unity within the party, because the divide from within has been pretty stark. I was looking back at a transcript of Nikki Haley on Face the Nation recently, and back in January, and she was talking about Trump being diminished because of his age. Chaos is what he would bring. I don't imagine she's going to use those kind of words today when she is talking about strength. The image that is often painted by Republicans of Donald Trump is one of this strong man with a good heart, that somehow, if he's in office, he would be so feared by other countries that other adversaries wouldn't dare challenge the United States. It's a counterfactual argument. where Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine had he been in office. China would be too scared to do anything, and Hamas would never have attacked Israel. These things are just counterfactuals, but they speak to this idea of really emphasizing that Donald Trump is so hard to gauge, has no clear policy view, and thus keeps others on an unclear path, and therefore strongmen like Vladimir Putin fear him. And that is the argument that Nikki Haley made when she was in office, serving under Donald Trump. She made that argument about North Korea and Kim Jong-un at the time, but when she was a candidate, she said that was actually bad for the country. She actually spoke out publicly about moments where she thought Donald Trump was just not showing empathy, not putting the right things forward in terms of morals. So you might hear a little bit of short-term memory loss on that stage tonight. I heard Tony talk about the long memory of politics. Perhaps in the week of this platform and recasting of it to try to bring in some of those more traditional conservatives into the fold, where you now have both Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, one of the most outspoken isolationists currently sitting in the Republican Party. It's going to be challenging for someone like Nikki Haley to swallow that, frankly.
Margaret Brennan, stay with us, if you will. Thank you. Robert Costa has a new developments to share.
There's some new reporting. You might remember in 2012, I was standing there with some Mitt Romney advisors as they watched the keynote speaker, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and all of them were wondering, when's he going to mention Governor Romney's name? Well, Nikki Haley just moments ago sent out a fundraising email to her supporters, and she said, I want you to tune in. There is a lot I want to tell you, so I hope you watch. Please chip in a few donations before you watch tonight. You've been a strong supporter for our movement, and we're going to still get it done. Not mentioned anywhere in the fundraising email, former President Donald Trump.
Pretty interesting. Let's bring in our chief political analyst, John Dickerson. John, so good to see you. There has been, in this moment of unity, as it's called, a lot of political amnesia about people's past positions and comments, not only with J.D. Vance, who called Donald Trump America's Hitler, but also some of the harsh criticism from Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, who will speak tonight.
That's right. Although I think, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis never said anything as mean about Donald Trump as J.D. Vance did. And so they're off the hook in terms of, Donald Trump's sense of forgiveness. But one thing I hear voters say is, and this is the power possibly of Nikki Haley, which is they want to get to yes on Donald Trump, some of these Republicans. They're no fans of Joe Biden and they're no fans of the Democratic Party, but they have strong issues with Donald Trump's character. What they say is if Nikki Haley can get there, I can get there. So it creates a permission structure for some of those Republicans that you all were talking about earlier. And there's another of the trophies from Donald Trump's successes who spoke tonight, Tom Emmer, the congressman from Minnesota, who was squashed in his attempt to be Speaker or to try to be Speaker of the House by Donald Trump. Give you a sense of his power in this party during the mayhem after McCarthy was booted from the speakership. Emmer wanted to go. Trump squashed him. Why? Because Emmer certified the 2020 election, which Donald Trump says was stolen, which is a lie. Just because Emmer did that, he was squashed by Donald Trump. The strength of Donald Trump in his party reaches all the way into Congress, which is just another little sign of his strength in the party. The final thing I'd say, Margaret, is just on that foreign policy point. The threat from the Iranians that CBS reported tonight is the result of Donald Trump's foreign policy decision to kill Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general. So as we're talking about Donald Trump and his foreign policy, that's an important piece of that legacy that is fresh with us tonight.
It's an excellent point, John Dickerson. Thank you. Let's listen in now to House Majority Leader Steve Scalise.
He stopped liquefied natural gas exports here in America. President Biden's not done. President Biden waived taxes on Chinese solar panels, but he raised taxes on Americans. When we elect Donald Trump as our next president and expand our Republican House majority, we will end the Democrats' assault on American energy once and for all. Now let's look at taxes. Biden and Harris want a $5 trillion tax hike. In our first 100 days, President Trump and a Republican majority will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. And yes, we will end taxes on tips and deliver another tax cut for working families. On the border, Biden and Harris opened it up to the entire world. Prisons are being emptied. President Trump and a Republican majority will repass H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in decades. We will lock down the border, and yes, we will finish building the wall. Our most sacred right as citizens, voting. Biden and Harris want illegals to vote now that they've opened up the border. Republicans will repass the SAVE Act to block illegal aliens from voting in our elections. On foreign policy, Biden and Harris brought us weakness and war. President Trump and a Republican majority will begin rebuilding our military and will end the woke indoctrination in its ranks. We will restore American power and peace. On education, Biden and Harris opposed school choice. They actually investigated parents at school boards. President Trump and a Republican majority will pass legislation expanding school choice and will repass the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents should be free to choose what their children are taught and where. Now, lastly, I need to say something about Saturday's attempt on President Trump's life. Many of you know I was the survivor of a politically motivated shooting in 2017. Not many know that while I was fighting for my life, Donald Trump was one of the first to come console my family at the hospital. That's the kind of leader he is. Courageous under fire. Compassionate towards others. Let's put Donald Trump back in the White House this November so we can make America great again. God bless you. May Donald Trump continue to receive God's blessing, and God bless these great United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Good evening, my friends. What an amazing crowd, and what a great time it is to unite our party and to send President Donald Trump back to the White House. That's what we're going to do. But we're not just uniting as Republicans. We're uniting today as Americans in the wake of the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump. Everyone hear me clearly and listen to me at home and make no mistake. The House is conducting an immediate and thorough investigation of these tragic events. And that work has already begun. The American people deserve to know the truth, and we will ensure accountability. I promise you that. I promise you that. This has always been an important principle to us. We in the Republican Party are the law and order team. We always have been, and we always will be, the advocates for the rule of law. And we all know that that principle, as well as many others, is in serious jeopardy today. See, we've come to a moment in America where the basic things that we once took for granted are being openly challenged like never before. My friends, we are no longer just in a battle between two opposing political parties. We are, but it's not just ours versus D's anymore. We're now in the midst of a struggle between two completely different visions of who we are as Americans and what our country will be. The Republican Party stands for the foundational truths that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the most free, the most powerful, the most benevolent nation that has ever been. It's not even close. It's not even close. But we have no guarantee that this grand experiment in self-governance can endure unless we respond to the call to keep it. 248 years ago, we boldly proclaimed in our declaration that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal, and that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. See, we understand that our rights do not come from government, they come from God. There's another thing that we recognize. We recognize that we are made in His image. And because of that, every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin, what zip code you live in, where you come from, what your talents are, or what you can contribute to society. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by your Creator. That's what we stand for. I speak a lot about what I call the 7 core principles of American conservatism. What do we stand for as Republicans, they want to know? I think it boils down to a few things: individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Indeed, those are the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but they're actually the core principles of our republic itself. And while they resonate in our hearts and in the hearts of most Americans, listen to me, the radical, woke, progressive left has disdain for those principles, all right? They have a very different vision for what America should become. They want to tear down those foundations and remold us into some sort of borderless, lawless, Marxist, socialist utopia. We're here to say, not on our watch. We will not allow that to happen. It was just 3 weeks ago that Kelly and I dropped off our oldest son at the Naval Academy. That's right. In 4 years, he'll graduate, and he'll join the 1.3 million active duty service members who bravely defend our country. We're so proud of Jack and all our children, but like most parents today, we're concerned about their future. America can't risk 4 more years of Joe Biden's weakness that has invited so much aggression by our enemies. We can't survive the dramatic increases in violence, crime, and drugs that the Democrats' policies have brought upon our communities. And we cannot allow the many millions of illegal aliens they've allowed to cross our borders to harm our citizens, drain our resources, or disrupt our elections. We will not allow it. My friends, we're watching the principles of faith, family, and freedom that once defined our nation now being trampled underfoot by the radical left. As President Trump raised his fist and gave a rally cry on Saturday, now is our time to fight, and we will. We're in a fateful battle of ideas, my friends, and we have to recognize that. But in this battle, and in November, the American people will reject the party of self-destruction, and they will elect the party of peace and prosperity and opportunity. The GOP will grow our House majority, we will take back the Senate, and we will return Donald J. Trump to the White House. Standing arm in arm, we will make America safe again. Listen, we reach out tonight to everyone watching at home. We invite all Americans who believe in the promise of our great nation to join us in this fateful battle. We can and we will reverse this current decline. We can restore our founding principles, and we can preserve this exceptional nation that God has entrusted to us and what Abraham Lincoln referred to as the last best hope of man on the earth. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless our troops. And God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome businessman Vivek Ramaswamy of Ohio.
Love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's good to be back in Milwaukee. This time last year, I was a candidate for U.S. president, and I'm proud to say that I achieved the impossible, which is that most of you actually know how to say my name by now. So thank you for that. It's good to be back. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis right now. Faith, patriotism, hard work, and family have disappeared, only to be replaced by race, gender, sexuality, and climate. But we're not going to win this election just by criticizing the other side. We're going to win this by standing for our own vision of who we really are. What does it mean to be a Republican in the year 2024? What does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means we believe in the rule of law, and I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will seal the southern border on day one. Thank you. It means the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They are American ideas that we fought a revolution to secure. And the man who will revive these ideals in the United States of America is your next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to reignite the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. But there is one more reason I'm going to ask you to vote Trump, and it's the most important one. It's the one the media won't talk about, but it's the truth. Donald Trump is the president who will actually unite this country, not through empty words, but through action. Because you know what? Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. That's who we are as Americans. That's who we've always been. To those of you watching this at home tonight, I'd like to deliver a message that the media doesn't want you to hear from the Republican Party. Our message to black Americans is this. The media has tried to convince you for decades that Republicans don't care about your communities, but we do. We want for you what we want for every American: safe neighborhoods, clean streets, good jobs, a better life for your children, and a justice system that treats everyone equally, regardless of your skin color and regardless of your political beliefs. Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this: you're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America. But our message to illegal immigrants is also this: we will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded on the rule of law. Our message to millennials, speaking as one myself: yes, it's true. Our government sold us a false bill of goods with the Iraq War and the 2008 financial crisis, loading up our national debt that falls on our generation's shoulders, telling us that if we took out college loans, we'd somehow get a head start on the American dream, when it hasn't worked out that way. But we can't just be cynical about our country, because the United States of America is still the last best hope that we have, and we deserve a better class of politician, one who actually tells us the truth, even if it comes with some mean tweets from time to time. And our message to Gen Z is this: you're going to be the generation that actually saves this country. You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative. Say you want to get married, have kids, teach them to believe in God and pledge allegiance to their country. Because you know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American. And you know what? If you're at home and you disagree with everything I just said, our message to you is this: we will still defend to the death your right to say it, because that is who we are as Americans. We are the country where we can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. That is the America I know. That is the America we miss. We do not have to be ancient Rome. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us. Still on our way to that shining city on a hill, that country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you will still get ahead in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we will revive this November when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, the Republican crowd on their feet after listening to 38-year-old entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, a man who's worth about $600 million and electrified parts of the Republican base in his race for president of the United States. Just ahead, we'll talk with Senate Republican Conference Chair John Barrasso. You're watching CBS News coverage of the
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
That desired farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to night 2 of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Senate Republican Conference Chair John Barrasso of Wyoming joins us now. Senator, good to see you.
Great to be with you. Thanks.
I want to talk to you about J.D. Vance. You serve with him in the Senate. He's a new senator. What do you make of him? What kind of vice president would he make?
Well, he'll be a terrific vice president. I mean, he is forceful. He's effective. Of course, he's conservative. If you know his history from reading, as I have Hillbilly Elegy, before he got to the Senate, I said, this guy's going to be good from day one, and he has been, because nobody, I think, can articulate the pain that the American families have been through over the last 4 years better than he can, from his upbringing and then his time as a Marine and now as a young father of young children. It's interesting in terms of being from Ohio. I think from the standpoint of the election and helping President Trump, he can really speak so well to so many of these disenfranchised Democrats that feel left behind from the party, their own party, that has gone so far to the left. And in terms of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, I think those states are ones that J.D. will really be very, very effective. Now, I'm going to hate to miss him and lose him from the Senate, but what you saw tonight here in the stage, all of these Senate candidates who are just doing a fabulous job, 8, 9, 10 Senate seats that we're trying to competitively bring to the Republican side, because if we're going to get America back on track, we're going to need more Republican senators. We're going to need a majority.
How does that look right now, that race for the Senate and Republicans retaking the Senate?
Well, I'm optimistic, cautiously optimistic. I've been in many of those states, and I'm going to continue to travel to each one of those states. I'd rather be us than them. We need a majority because President Trump is going to need a strong Senate majority to get an agenda passed. So if you take a look at any of these candidates, they're forceful, they're really effective individuals running strong campaigns, and I'm supporting each and every one of them.
Senator, I know you're a man of substance as an orthopedic surgeon and a Georgetown graduate, and you're on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. So let me ask you about Ukraine, because Senator J.D. Vance opposes funding for Ukraine. And in fact, in a podcast 2 years ago, he told Steve Daines, I don't really care what happens to Ukraine one way or another. If elected with President Trump, also has not indicated that he would continue funding for Ukraine, what would that mean?
Well, first, let's look what President Trump did when he was president. He made sure that NATO, other countries, did their job. He raised an additional $100 billion from NATO countries for defense, and they need to do their job. I've talked to J.D., been in the conference meetings when he talks about Ukraine. What he wants to know and make sure is that the United States can lead through strength, the old Ronald Reagan approach. You never get into trouble as a nation if you are too strong, and he wants us to be strong, and his focus is China, which truly is the long-term threat to our nation.
But if President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance said to the United States Senate, no more funding for Ukraine, would you go along with that?
I don't believe they'll say that. I think they want to make sure we have a strong defense, a strong military, that we come from a position of strength, and that puts our enemies in a position of weakness. And I think that's what they're going to try to do. But the long-term focus has to be China. President Trump was the first person to identify China as a real threat. Remember when Joe Biden announced for president, he said, China's our friend, man. He completely misunderstood the threat that we have from China that continues today. And as J.D. has said, anything that's not focused on China can become a distraction. We can't become distracted from the number one enemy that we have in terms of the people that want to be the military, the economic, the technological superpowers of the world. And that's where China is heading now in terms of AI, in terms of military, in terms of the build-ups.
But I don't think there's anything in the Biden-Harris administration in terms of the intelligence and national security that's not taking China seriously as a threat.
Well, we just had a hearing in the Energy Committee. I'm the ranking member. That China is using all of its energy for AI. I mean, we've been at Microsoft headquarters talking to those people. We've looked at this very carefully. AI is going to be determined by the amount of energy you have to run the computers. China is never going to be able to outwit the United States in terms of our intellectual ability with AI and working on that, but they may be able to beat us by having enough power to work their supercomputers. That's where we're falling behind. We don't have enough power for the grid now. The demands for energy in this country over the next 5 years, even the New York Times reported this, it would be like adding a whole new California to the grid. And this administration is shutting down coal-fired power plants, natural gas-fired power plants are not allowing us to build the sort of energy, which is a long-term weapon, and China is going to beat us in energy, which then means computing power.
I do want to ask you about Saturday's assassination attempt, and I understand that senators are being briefed tomorrow on this. Do you believe that the Secret Service director is responsible and should resign?
This is a complete failure by the Secret Service. Anyone who's looked at this, the video and the signs and the maps of what's happened first, President Trump, the Bible, we talk about be strong and courageous, do not be afraid. What we saw is somebody who is a survivor and a warrior as he has stood up afterwards, defiant, and said, fight. But there's a tragedy here. There was a firefighter, a fire chief, 50 years old, died defending his family, protecting his family. And it's just, I think most Americans say, how in the world did a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? And for hunters in Wyoming, they know that's not very long of a shot. And to have a clear shot at the president or former president of the United States, that shouldn't happen to anybody. Anybody should be, and there has to be accountability. And I think that starts with the head of the Secret Service.
Senator, my colleague Margaret Brennan is back in Washington. I know has a question for you.
Hi, Margaret.
Hey, Senator, good to talk to you. Because you are in Senate leadership, I wanted to ask you, the border is such a key issue for Republicans, but then President Trump was never really able to legislate at all to deal with the border. He relied heavily on executive orders, which meant when Joe Biden was elected, he could just reverse all of them. So I wonder, since we're looking at Trump returning potentially along with the vice president who's just been in the Senate since January 2023, how confident you are that Congress could actually deliver on the promises we're hearing about from the stage to deal with the border. Could you actually get to 60 votes in the Senate and work across the aisle in a Trump administration?
I think 60 votes in the Senate is always going to be a real challenge. What we do know is that when President Trump left office, the border was secure. Very few people were coming across, and we now know since then, under Joe Biden, with, as you point out, 94 executive orders, not a change in the law, but a different interpretation of the law, now cumulatively 10 million illegal immigrants have come into this country. And we know they include criminal cartel members, drug dealers. We know there are terror suspects among these
did not
groups.
legislate
So that's
on the border at all. He didn't get bipartisan legislation to deal with any of these problems. What you're talking about at the end of the administration was during the shutdown due to COVID.
What I'm telling you is that there hasn't been a new law written regarding to the border since the 1990s. Simpson-Mazzoli, I talked to 92-year-old Al Simpson about it last week, and what we know is that it's different interpretations of how they want to enforce that law. And President Trump, by remain in Mexico, by not doing catch and release, by working on building a barrier, all those things have helped, and Joe Biden stopped all of those things. He didn't. He caught and released into the United States. That's the real problem with this. And what we got now is ending the thing that worked best was remain in Mexico. And I hear my friend JD is now taken to the stage.
Yeah. Let's, Margaret, thank you. Vice presidential pick JD Vance, the senator from Ohio, has. Let me see. He's just about to. Oh, he's entering from the wings. He's not yet at the podium. Most people standing to get a glimpse of him as he enters here. We're going to hear his speech tomorrow in front of this group. It'll be the third night of the convention, and then we'll hear from former President Trump on the fourth night. And Senator, you just spoke with J.D. Vance today, didn't you?
Yes, talked to him this evening as he was in his motorcade and I was driving here. I'm supposed to have dinner with him tonight, but it looks like he may be a little late getting out of here.
Who else is going to dinner?
Donald Jr., Donald Trump Jr. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Just the three of you?
Maybe a couple of others joining
that
us.
Sounds like an exclusive dinner. Okay. Senator, thank you for joining us. I know you got to get going. We appreciate it. Don't want to make you late for dinner.
Thanks.
Report back, will you, Senator?
All right. And John, I want your take on certainly Senator J.D. Vance. I mean, he's only been in the Senate for just a couple years. You know, normally, as I don't have to tell you this, VP picks, you choose someone who could maybe bring you a state. They maybe help you with a certain part of the electorate. J.D. Vance really is just the most ardent defender of the new MAGA movement, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yes, exactly. I mean, you or somebody who helps you shore up a weakness within your own party. That's how we got, Ike picking Nixon. The conservatives were worried about Eisenhower, so he picked Nixon, who was a conservative darling. Donald Trump didn't have to worry about any of that, and so he picked someone, as everybody has been reporting, who has picked up the Trump standard and also not just believes in and defends Donald Trump, but has the flexibility of character to have a lot of different positions in a short period of time, many of them in contradiction with each other, and yet sails merrily along. And that has been very useful for Donald Trump, as many people in his party have had to defend some of his actions, and J.D. Vance has shown great skill at that part of the job even before he had it.
John Dickerson, thank you. And there you see J.D. Vance greeting fellow lawmakers there. Lee Zeldin of New York, he was just greeting Governor Huckabee, as well as others. And you can see Tiffany Trump there. We're going to talk more about what's happening here at the Republican National Convention as we await speeches from Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. You're watching CBS News coverage.
Going our places, bright, shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team. Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen, because nothing ever happens in East Palestine, but it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes. Did you ever have these problems before the derailment? No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
You can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This is a CBS News special. America Decides, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention. A moment ago, we saw the former president's VP pick, J.D. Vance. Oh, there, he's still here. Came into the hall. He's up in the VIP box, greeting members of Trump's campaign team there. The theme tonight is Make America Safe Again. And we are set to hear from Americans that have been impacted by crime and drugs, a theme certainly tonight. The other big storyline this hour, and we'll have for you, are speeches by former rivals of Donald Trump, including UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and some new reporting to share with you. The former president, Donald Trump, has changed his schedule, is expected here in the hall shortly in order to hear the speeches by Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. Members of the campaign saying that this is a unity moment in their words as they shared those details about Donald Trump on his way here. Major Garrett.
So earlier today, I talked to Scott Walker, former governor of Wisconsin. I said, why did President Trump lose Wisconsin narrowly in 2020 after winning it narrowly in 2016? He said, tone. Suburbanites in Wisconsin did not like President Trump's tone. I said, what does that tell you about how this convention, how everything about it should sound to those suburbanites in Wisconsin? He said the tone has to be Whoop.
Do you hear that?
I think the roar is indicating the arrival of the former president. That, Nora, as we see the president come in, Scott Walker said the tone has to be less about former President Trump and more about the country at large. Moments like this, to see Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, are part of an effort in that direction.
A short walk for Donald Trump. And you can get a glimpse of just the number of Secret Service agents surrounding the former president. He looks a little bit more energetic tonight.
He does.
Than last night. Certainly probably a little bit more emotional, his first public appearance. Continues to have his ear bandaged following that attempted assassination attempt, and a number of the delegates showing their support tonight by making some makeshift
impromptu headgear to resemble that, indeed. What would national conventions be without innovative headgear?
And they're greeting Sarah Huckabee Sanders, his former press secretary, currently the governor of Arkansas, Eric Trump. And there, his vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance. They are kicking off this 9 o'clock hour here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The crowd on its feet, as there's a series of really interesting speeches that we'll be following very closely this hour. From two Republicans who fought hard to defeat Donald Trump for this nomination. Donald Trump's home state governor, Ron DeSantis, as well as Nikki Haley, the former governor of South Carolina, and most recently UN ambassador under President Trump. The question tonight is, what will be her message? Will she talk about foreign policy? Is she looking for a job in a new Trump administration? Some have talked about her as a potential Secretary of State. I want to bring in John Dickerson. John?
Well, you see the limits of unity beyond the party with Marjorie Taylor Greene there behind the president, who would be no one's idea of a unifying figure. But this is not about those the rest of the country. It's about unity within the party, and it will be fascinating to see and hear what Nikki Haley says directly about Donald Trump. She can testify to his character and steadfastly refused to in the campaign to make character claims about him, and she was there to have firsthand knowledge since she was in the cabinet, and so many members of Trump's cabinet have come out and said he should not be president again. They are not invited to this convention, nor is Chris Christie, nor is former Speaker Paul Ryan. It is a unified Donald Trump party, not a unified Republican party. I'm also struck when Vivek Ramaswamy talked about the lie in Iraq. The entire Bush years and he also mentioned the financial collapse of 07 to 09. The entire Bush years are excised from this recollection of the party, and so which is another sign of how strong Donald Trump is in the party. But what Nikki Haley says, particularly and specifically from her own personal experience to Donald Trump, will be truly fascinating.
John Dickerson, thank you. I want to go now to Ed O'Keefe, who continues his reporting from the floor here at the Republican National Convention. Ed?
Nora, we are with the one state that ultimately chose Nikki Haley as their Republican candidate, Vermont. 17 of its delegates went to her. She, of course, has said that the delegates have been released from her tally, the 94 of them, and they should vote for Donald Trump. We'll see if they do that. Paul Dame is the chairman of the Republican Party of Vermont. Paul, thank you for taking a minute. Curious what you want to hear from her tonight as she tries to be part of this night of unity.
Yeah, I think Nikki's done a lot to kind of extend her hand, extend the olive branch. She's released her delegates, encouraged them to vote for Trump. That she's supporting Trump as well, and so I think part of what we want to hear, or what I'm hoping to hear, is the way that she wants to influence the Trump campaign, the way that a lot of the voters that supported Nikki, who have been cautious about Trump, and how Nikki can work with this campaign, and why people who supported and followed Nikki, why they should vote for Trump.
Quickly, has he done anything that she advised in terms of trying to win back her support, or the votes of her supporters?
Up until, Friday, I would say probably not. But this week, a decision was made sort of at the last minute to invite her to speak. And I think that's a first good sign. We'll see how that's received, certainly. And we'll see Trump's going to be here to watch Nikki's speech. And so I think a lot of people are going to be looking at him to lead the way on creating that unity by setting an example himself.
You were saying earlier that was a nice symbolic gesture by the former president to be here tonight. Nora, that's some of the sampling of what people are waiting to hear from Nikki Haley. Back to you.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. Let's now listen in to another rival of Donald Trump for the first time they ran for president in 2016. Here is Texas Senator Ted Cruz.
On our southern border. Not figuratively, a literal invasion. 11.5 million people have crossed our border illegally under Joe Biden. Look around you. This arena holds about 18,000 souls. Now imagine 639 arenas just like this, filled to the brim. That is 11.5 million people, larger than all but 8 states in the nation. But the numbers don't show us the true price that our country is paying. Every day, Americans are dying. Murdered, assaulted, raped by illegal immigrants that the Democrats have released. Teenage girls and boys wearing colored wristbands are being sold into a life of sex slavery. This is evil, and it's wrong. And it is happening every damn day. Think of Kate Steinle. She was 32, walking with her father on a San Francisco pier when a bullet tore through her heart. The man who fired that gun, he'd been deported 5 times. Every damn day. Think of Laken Riley. Just 22 years old, a nursing student with dreams of healing others. She went for a jog and never came home. Her life taken by someone who should have never been here. Every damn day. Or Rachel Morin, a beautiful mother of 5, raped and murdered in suburban Maryland by an illegal immigrant the Democrats released. Every damn day. Or Jocelyn Nungary, only 12 years old. It was just 1 month ago today that she was brutally raped and murdered in Houston by 2 men who were supposed to be detained and monitored, but instead released and allowed to roam free. Every damn day. These aren't just stories or statistics. They're our daughters, our sisters, our friends. The families don't care about the empty numbers. They care about the empty chairs at the dinner table, about the voices they'll never hear again, about the laughter lost, and about the dreams that will never be fulfilled. I've sat with these families in living rooms where the silence is so loud that it hurts, where photo albums are opened with trembling hands. How did we get here? It happened because Democrats cynically decided they wanted votes from illegals more than they wanted to protect our children. Today, as a result of Joe Biden's presidency, your family is less safe. Your children are less safe. The country is less safe. But here's the good news. We can fix it. And when Donald Trump is president, we will fix it. We know this because he's done it before. I know this because I worked hand in hand with President Trump to secure our border, and we achieved the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. It's real simple. He's done it before, and he'll do it again. So tonight, I speak for Kate and Laken and Rachel. Tonight, I speak for Jocelyn. And let us go forward together and keep our sacred oath to defend the Constitution and to protect the American people. Let us secure our borders, enforce our laws, protect our children, and restore the future. Because when we do that, when we remember who we are and who we love, and we act to protect them, then and only then will we truly make America great again. Thank you. God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America.
And there you have it, Texas Senator Ted Cruz, once a fierce rival of Donald Trump, now firmly in his camp. I want to check in with Tony DeCopel of CBS Mornings. He is on the floor here at the convention. Tony?
Hey, Nora. I was down with the Texas delegation as Ted Cruz was making his way to the stage and then delivered that speech. And I'm joined now by two gentlemen, oil field workers from the great state of Texas.
Used to be oil field workers.
Oh,
yeah.
Former. I guess they're retired now. And I think they're going to offer a little lesson here in the process of Republican unity and forgiveness. Have you two gentlemen forgiven Mr. Ted Cruz for his non-endorsement of Donald Trump in 2016? You were in the room at the time.
Yeah, it was the whenever he didn't endorse Donald Trump, like the rafters were shaking. Like it was just boos that just shook the whole room. So I'm hoping Nikki Haley doesn't make that same mistake, and I don't think she will. I think she's trying to unify. It's hard to forgive her for laundering our money in the Ukraine. So that's kind of hard to forgive her for. And for some other stuff she's done, she's definitely deep state, but most of them are.
Do you think we will hear boos in the arena when Nikki Haley comes out?
Well, you asked about Ted. It's been 8 years since that happened in 2016, and it took him a while to recover. But he managed to get the support he's getting. And so I think that's where we got with that.
Okay, so in a certain context, I guess booze can be healing. And now, gentlemen, I know you're fans of free speech, up to and including speech that appears on T-shirts. What's going on with these shirts right here?
We're just trying to get the truth out. Like it's something that needs to happen. I'm hoping that's the first thing that Trump will do is release the Jeffrey Epstein client list. We also need to free the J6 political prisoners. We were there in J6 on the ground.
I don't think there's been enough coverage of these prisoners, one of them being Joseph Biggs. He's a military veteran, and they gave him 18 years for protesting a stolen election, and there's many others just like him that need to be out of prison.
He walked into an open door, used the restroom, and was asked to leave, and he left.
It's something Donald Trump does talk about, and we will see if we hear about it on Thursday night. I'm relieved that you wanted to show off the T-shirt. I thought you just had a big dinner and we're taking a little load off.
That too.
That too. Nora, we'll send it back to you. I'll keep you posted here.
Tony DeCopel, thank you. You know, that's certainly a matter that many lawmakers who ran for their lives, and not only just lawmakers, but staffers on Capitol Hill on January 6th. The attack on the Capitol, an attack on democracy, both Republicans and Democrats denouncing that. That is one of the least unifying things I think that Donald Trump has talked about, is freeing these convicted criminals.
Convicted criminals given due process, Nora, and the election was not stolen. Donald Trump asserts that it was. That is a lie. It has always been a lie. It always will be a lie. But there are component parts of the Republican Party under Donald Trump who truly believe the election was stolen, and that anyone who protested that, even violently, and was convicted for those acts of violence, should be viewed as a political prisoner and then summarily pardoned and released by the former president. That is an aspect of this Republican Party that is not a unifying message across this country. It just isn't. Nor was there reference, brief though it was, to Nikki Haley as a member of the deep state. That idea that there is an entire cadre of Republicans and Democrats in Washington who work on a global basis to subvert the interests of the American people and the American Constitution. That is a part of the Trump movement. Don't ever forget that.
There is some dissonance on a night, but it is about Make America Safe Again, to be talking about freeing convicted criminals who attacked the U.S. Capitol. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up, former presidential candidate Nikki Haley. You're watching CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I use sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That desired farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
Welcome back to night 2 of the Republican National Convention. And there you see Donald Trump with his running mate J.D. Vance in the VIP box, surrounded by friends, family, and lawmakers. We are waiting to hear from former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley shortly. Donald Trump now in a video addressing many of the delegates here and talking about the safety of the election and saying he's going to make sure that there are more paper ballots. I know you've done so much reporting on this, Major Garrett, including written a book.
So in 2020, 95% of all ballots cast in the highest turnout election in American presidential history were paper ballots. A higher percentage, Nora, than in 2016. A Trump victory that he accepted without any hesitation. His biggest problem with the percentage of paper ballots was he lost in 2020. Fair and square, verified over and over again. This is a trope from Donald Trump that we don't have enough paper ballots. We've never had a higher percentage of ballots cast in this country on paper than we do now. It's just a fact.
And part of that was because of COVID, right? And because people wanted to mail in ballots and there were additional...
Yes, of course, in 2020, we had the highest percentage of votes cast on paper ballots as a result of COVID-era adaptations, because voting is, under normal circumstances, a non-socially distant experience. So to protect people, paper ballots were used in higher numbers. After the 2020 election, Trump and other Republicans said, well, that early voting is terrible. We should abolish it. Now they're embracing it. Why? Because most people enjoy the process and the convenience of voting early by mail. That process continues. It is 100% legal, and the election administrators treat those ballots with as much care and discretion as they do ballots cast on Election Day. Another fact, our elections are as secure as they have ever been in American history.
And John Dickerson, I know you want to weigh in on this as well. John?
Well, I would just say, when we're thinking about J.D. Vance and the contours of his political views in this period, J.D. Vance, when asked if he would have certified the election in the way that Mike Pence did not agree that he would. He said Donald Trump had a legitimate claim, even though at that period Trump had been told by his own staff, by experts, by courts all across the country who had looked into this, that there was no stolen election. J.D. Vance said he would have sort of kept on with the Trump viewpoint, and we all remember that it was because Mike Pence held the line that he was one of the people, including the members of the Justice Department, the Capitol Police, who held the line and were the difference between the disenfranchisement of 81 million people and not happening. So as we think about J.D. Vance, he is in the position of holding some of those views, or at least playing footsie with them, that Major was just describing.
Quickly build on Major and John, their excellent analysis. This is a night of purported unity inside the Republican Party. You are going to see former rivals, Governor DeSantis, Ambassador Haley, make speeches here. But sometimes what's unsaid tells you a lot about life and politics. Who's not here tonight? Former Vice President Mike Pence. A couple hours ago, he went on social media and he put some pictures of himself and his wife fishing, fly fishing, riding horses, wearing sunglasses on a ranch. And he said, nothing like Montana in the summertime. God bless the Treasure State. And he did that at 2:34 p.m. Eastern Time today. The former Vice President of the United States, who was under relentless pressure by the person sitting here below us, former President Donald Trump to overturn the last election is not appearing here as part of the unity festivities for the Republican Party. And that's part of the truth of this moment. For so many delegates here, it is an emotional, personal moment. Former President Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt. But for other Americans, they look at the convention more broadly here, the Republicans gathering, and they see a political party embracing for a third time someone who pressured his own vice president to overturn the election.
And the message from Mike Pence with that social media post is political exile has never felt more peaceful or enjoyable. He's okay with it. He's okay with his decision to defy the president and hold up the Constitution and what the vice president's authorities were and were not in that moment of maximum peril to a peaceful transfer of power. He's in Montana enjoying his life right now in political exile and perfectly okay with it.
Extraordinary moment. I remember covering January 6th. And now you see Donald Trump there standing and cheering on Ambassador Haley, the former governor of South Carolina, as she comes to the stage. Let's now listen to her remarks.
My fellow Republicans, President Trump asked me to speak to this convention in the name of unity. It was a gracious invitation, and I was happy to accept. I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period. Our country is at a critical moment. We have a choice to make. For more than a year, I said a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for President Kamala Harris. After seeing the debate, everyone knows it's true. If we have 4 more years of Biden or a single day of Harris, our country will be badly worse off. For the sake of our nation, we have to go with Donald Trump. But there's more to it than that. We should acknowledge that there are some Americans who don't agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. I happen to know some of them. And I want to speak to them tonight. My message to them is simple. You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree. We agree on keeping America strong. We agree on keeping America safe. And we agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger. I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her. For those who have some doubts about President Trump, I want to tell you a few things about the Commander-in-Chief I know and worked with. As ambassador to the United Nations, I had a front row seat to his national security policies. We sure could use those again. Think about it. When Barack Obama was president, Vladimir Putin invaded Crimea. With Joe Biden as president, Putin invaded all of Ukraine. But when Donald Trump was president, Putin did nothing. No invasions, no wars. That was no accident. Putin didn't attack Ukraine because he knew Donald Trump was tough. A strong president doesn't start wars. A strong president prevents wars. Then look at the Middle East. Every problem in that part of the world can be laid at the feet of Iran. The dictators who chant death to America are the bankrollers and weapons suppliers for Hamas and Hezbollah. They're behind the barbaric massacres and the hostage-taking. Once again, compare Trump and Biden. Trump got us out of the insane Iran nuclear deal. He imposed the toughest sanctions ever on Iran. And he eliminated the arch-terrorist Qasem Soleimani. Iran was too weak to start any wars. They knew Trump meant business, and they were afraid. And then there's Joe Biden. He lifted the sanctions. He begged them to get back into the nuclear deal. He surrendered in Afghanistan. He sent every possible sign of weakness. Even now, while Hamas is still holding Americans hostage, Biden is pressuring Israel instead of the terrorists. Between Israel and Hamas, Donald Trump is clear about who is our friend and who is our enemy. Then look at the border. It's the single biggest threat Americans face. Under Joe Biden, migrants are coming into our country by the thousands every day. We have no idea who they are, where they end up, or what they plan to do. And let me remind you, Kamala had one job, and that was to fix the border. Now imagine her in charge of the entire country. Under Donald Trump, we didn't have the border disaster we have today, and we won't when he is president again. I was proud to serve America in President Trump's cabinet. And I'll tell you something you won't hear from the critics. He appreciated advice and input. Americans were well served by his presidency, even if they didn't agree with him on all things. Now, to my fellow Republicans, we must not only be a unified party, we must also expand our party. We are so much better when we are bigger. We are stronger when we welcome people into our party who have different backgrounds and experiences. And right now, we need to be strong to save America. This is a defining moment, not only for our party, but for our country. Our fellow Americans are fearful right now. Families are suffering from inflation and wages that don't keep up with prices. Young people are being indoctrinated to think our country is racist and evil. The Jewish community is facing an obscene rise in anti-Semitism. Too many minorities are trapped in communities devastated by crime. Our foreign enemies win when they see Americans hate each other. They see that today, whether it's on college campuses or in a field in Butler, Pennsylvania. But we can conquer those fears with strength and unity. No president can fix all of our problems alone. We have to do this together. America has an amazing ability to self-correct. In this moment, we have a chance to put aside our differences and focus on what unites us and strengthens our country. Let us join together as a party. Let us come together as a people, as one country, strong and proud. Let us show our children and the world that even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America. God bless you. Thank you. God bless the United States of America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
And now, Governor Ron DeSantis to address this crowd.
My fellow Republicans, let's send Joe Biden back to his basement and let's send Donald Trump back to the White House. Life was more affordable when Donald Trump was president. Our border was safer under the Trump administration, and our country was respected when Donald Trump was our commander-in-chief. Joe Biden has failed this nation. As a veteran, I was appalled when 13 of our service members were killed in Afghanistan due to Joe Biden's dereliction of duty. As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency. But let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Biden is just a figurehead. He's a tool for imposing a leftist agenda on the American people. They support open borders, allowing millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into our country and to burden our communities, but just don't send any to Martha's Vineyard, then they get really upset. They have unleashed progressive prosecutors across our nation who care more about coddling criminals than about protecting their own communities. They use the unelected bureaucracy to impose their will on us without our consent, and they weaponize political power to target their political opponents like they've done to our own nominee. They want to ban gas automobiles, eliminate Second Amendment rights, and impose gender ideology on everyone from our infantrymen to kindergartners. They stand for DEI, which really means division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and it is wrong. They mandated that you show proof of a COVID vaccine to go to a restaurant, but they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote. They can't even define what a woman is. Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America. Donald Trump has been demonized. He's been sued. He's been prosecuted, and he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down. It is the values of this Republican Party that reflect our nation's founding principles. We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate. We stand for parents' rights, including universal school choice. We support law and order, not rioting and disorder. We seek a strong, focused United States military, not one distracted by a social agenda. We reject entrenched political class, and we demand term limits for members of Congress. We stand for fiscal sanity, for low taxes, and for reduced debt. We seek to reclaim the constitutional government as envisioned by our founding fathers by bringing the administrative state to heel once and for all. We believe that you must be a citizen in order to vote, and that photo ID should be required before casting a ballot. We stand for strong borders and believe that our nation must have a shared civic culture, and we oppose any immigration that stands apart or in contrast to our American values. We believe in the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence that our rights come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of the Almighty, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, none of this is easy, but it can be done. For decades, my home state saw elections determined by razor-thin margins. Today, due to bold leadership, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. The left is in retreat. Freedom reigns supreme. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state. Now, electing Donald Trump gives us the chance to do this all across America. And we have a responsibility to step up and make it happen. We have a responsibility to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. This was a fire that burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to establish this nation. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall in 1987, when our nation's 40th president stood in front of that wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is not a responsibility we should fear. It's a responsibility we should welcome. After all, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Let's make the 45th President of the United States the 47th President of the United States. Let's elect Republicans up and down the ballot, and let's heed the call of our party's nominee to fight, fight, fight for these United States. Thank you. God bless you. Let's win in November. Thank you so much.
Well, two extraordinarily strong speeches tonight by former rivals of Donald Trump. You just heard Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis with a strong denunciation of the current president, Joe Biden. Then Nikki Haley talking about you don't have to agree with Donald Trump all the time, 100% of the time, to support him, and gave probably one of the speeches that was most filled with foreign policy, I think, that we'll probably hear this entire week. Some question, could she be the next Secretary of State in a future Trump administration? We are fortunate to be joined by North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum here, who watched those speeches with us. Governor, good to see you.
Great to be with you, Nora. Great to be with the whole crew.
Yes.
Garrett, Bob.
Good to see you, Governor.
You were on the short list to be vice president. What was the call like?
Well, I want to just say, before we even get into that, which is, I think Catherine and I were like the whole nation. Monday, we weren't even barely 36 hours from this near tragedy. Well, it was a tragedy, obviously, for some of the rally goers, but we were a millimeter away from this week. There would have been no convention. The country would have been in mourning. There would have been chaos. And so the very first words we had when we spoke to the president was just gratitude. We're grateful that you're alive. Mm-hmm. And so when you have a conversation like that, also mixed with the a big decision, there's a lot of things that are commingled there. But as he always is, super gracious, super wonderful on the call, and he was also has so many great things to say about the First Lady of North Dakota, because she's been courageous about her struggle with addiction and her recovery. President Trump, like many families in America, have been touched by the disease of addiction. He's spoken openly about losing his brother to the disease, and so it is. It was just great. He had so many wonderful things to say, super gracious, and as he's alluded to many times, big things ahead. We got to keep fighting, through the fall, and that's exactly what we feel.
I understand that when Donald Trump called you yesterday and told you he called you Mr. Secretary, is there a cabinet position you're interested in?
Well, I think the thing I'm most interested, yes, he did do that. That's how he opened up the call.
You're a governor, not a secretary.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Secretary. I didn't ask him if he had the wrong number, but I got the notation on the thing. But it's generous of him to think that way. And of course, the reason we got involved in all this was because we want to do the right thing for the country. We want to have an impact. That's what I've done in the private sector, and that's what I've done as governor. And again, serving as governor under President Trump and serving as governor under Joe Biden was what got us into this national politics, because the best thing that I could do for North Dakota was not running again, which I could have. We likely would have been unopposed in that race, but it was switch out the administration, because with our national defense posture in our state, the two major Air Force bases, we've got Space Force activity going on, we've got huge agriculture, huge energy, huge baseload electricity production. All of those industries, all our four biggest industries, are all under assault from rules and regulation from the Biden administration. And so we just said, hey, we've got to get going in a different direction. And of course, what I see right now, one of the things that has not been talked about much of the convention, but AI is there's a new arms race, and the AI is going to affect everything, not just healthcare and education or how we run government, but AI is going to be a way that It's going to affect how we think about our military. And the way you win the AI arms race is with innovation, but it's also with electricity. You need power to run those data centers. China's opening a data center almost 2 a month right now, sometimes more. They have over 200 permitted. And here in the United States, Joe Biden's policies were trying to shut down baseload electricity at a time when demand is increasing.
Do you support the CHIPS Act that the president pushed through along with the Commerce Secretary?
Well, I think there's certain things about it that are smart in terms of, getting reshoring our supply chain. But I do think that part of what's being created in our country right now is a lot of this inflation is basically the federal government trying to direct dollars to certain industries. And we've got to create the environment where the market steps forward. And this is one of those places. The market will build these data centers because the market and the market cap. I mean, think about it. We're 5% of the world's population. We're 25% of the market cap, 25% of the economy, but we're 50% of the market cap. With the explosion in market cap of these tech companies that are $2 and $3 and $3.5 trillion tech companies, as much as 20% of that might be driven by the anticipation for AI. But if we don't have the electricity to drive it forward, we could see a collapse in the stock market. We could see China taking the lead in this AI arms race, and that's dangerous for our country.
So it sounds like you're interested in Commerce Secretary.
No, I wouldn't say that because
yes, I know, sir. Right.
Or Energy Secretary, sounds like to me.
Yeah, but the thing with, again, in North Dakota, we're facing these 30 different rules and regulations. None of them are coming from the Department of Energy. It's U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps of Engineers, Bureau of Land Management. You go down the list, there's a dozen of them because this was a whole of government approach of trying to shut down U.S. energy production. Somehow that was going to help the environment. And when we shut down production and we move it overseas to places like Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and when they're producing it and they don't even have an EPA, then they're taking the riches that we're giving to them from this oil production and they're using it to fight wars against us. There are two big wars, Russia and Iran, right now, proxy wars, are being funded by Joe Biden's energy policy.
Governor Burgum, 2 questions. When you got the call from former President Trump, did he tell you that J.D. Vance was going to be the pick? And whether he did or he didn't, how do you evaluate that as the running mate for former President Trump?
Well, I think this is a strategic choice that he made. I mean, of course, I grew up in a town of 300 people. J.D. is from a small town, so picking someone who's got small town roots, he had very, great personal backstory with his humble beginnings, economic hardship, serving in the military. But his backyard are 3 states we need to win, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And I think at the end of the day, that was part of the strategy. And if you take a look at all the places I've been, over a dozen states campaigning with President Trump this spring, who's showing up at these rallies? It's people who get a paycheck. I mean, the new coalition of the Republican Party is people who work and get a paycheck, and that paycheck isn't making it to the end of the month. And so having somebody that can relate deeply to the working class, I think is, and perhaps right to the younger audience, under 30, this could be a very strategic pick.
Listening to you talk about energy and the needs as it relates to artificial intelligence, are you basically saying fossil fuels for the end of time? That there isn't a renewable energy future that we should aspire to?
We need all of the above, and we should aspire. But right now, renewable is intermittent. I mean, when the wind's blowing and the sun is shining, it works. When it's not, it's not. So we've got to have that mix of base load with the intermittent to achieve that goal. And what we're doing in North Dakota is we can decarbonize liquid fuels. We have a carbon negative oil company in North Dakota. They inject more CO2 in the ground than is produced by the barrel that comes out. You don't need to build 500,000 charging stations. The market created 300,000 gas stations in our country without a dime of federal assistance. How about we just have decarbonized liquid fuels? We do that with ethanol. We can do it with biodiesel. So the path forward is innovation, not regulation. And that's been our mantra in North Dakota. So I think we can achieve the CO2 goals. We can achieve that without having a war against liquid fuels, which is a war against agriculture, which is a war against U.S. energy.
It's still expensive to decarbonize, though, in that way.
No, ask the Hoover Institute just came out. We're doing this stuff in North Dakota for $60 to $85 a ton. And the EV mandates, you add them all up, it's $900 a ton. We're doing it for 10 to 15 times cheaper than the federal subsidies for EVs.
It's a great discussion to have. Governor, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Nora.
And we'll be right back. Coming up in the next hour, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Senator Marco Rubio. We'll be right back.
Anybody that would like to down the trail lane.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This is CBS.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
Human remains found this week.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
A gripping true crime original, 48 Hours, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
How fast do you think you were going?
195 miles an hour.
This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football today? Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original, 60 Minutes. Sundays on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Can't get answers in a tweet on Face the Nation. We try to separate the noise from the news. You need to be able to have an actual conversation.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
How would you say Tony and Nate?
You mean not say?
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you Billy Crystal.
Guess who's in the house? Look at his outfit. Hey, give me some love, baby.
Would your mother like me?
My mother does love you.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
I swear they should have a camera during the commercial. You have such a good time here.
This is a CBS News special. America Decides, Campaign 24, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Norah O'Donnell.
Good evening and welcome to CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Former President Trump arrived just about an hour ago to huge fanfare here. His running mate, J.D. Vance, is also here ahead of his big speech tomorrow, an introduction to the nation. Now, on night 2 here, we're hearing from both lawmakers and everyday Americans. Tonight's theme is Make America Safe once again, but the other big theme here is unity. We have heard tonight from Trump's former rivals, including Nikki Haley, Governor Ron DeSantis, and Vivek Ramaswamy. All spoke, and Haley did something she's held off on doing until tonight.
I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period.
There you can see the president standing up to applaud the ambassador. Major Garrett, this was an extraordinary speech by Nikki Haley. And when she said, you don't have to agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time to vote for him.
So Nikki Haley challenged former President Trump, dropped out of the race. But even after she dropped out of the race for the next couple, 3 months in primaries being held in this process, she still kept racking up 10% of the vote, 12%, 18% in some states. There are Nikki Haley voters who are Republicans, and she spoke to them directly on behalf of this convention effort to bring the party together. And I think one of the more memorable lines of her speech was, we have a country to save, and party unity is essential to saving it, meaning get over the differences. I've gotten over mine. It's more important that we re-elect Donald Trump than keep the Biden and Harris administration. And so for that reason, Nikki Haley said, it's time to pull the party together. And to your point, Nora, the former president, not rapturous applause, but respectful applause, and I would say that is consistent with the reception that Nikki Haley got on the convention floor. Was not rapturous. There's still some hesitation about following Nikki Haley's dictates, rhetorically or otherwise, but enthusiastic nonetheless.
Robert Costa, this night is about talking about making America safe again. There's been a focus on immigration, a focus on crime, but also these strong remarks from Ambassador Haley and Governor DeSantis. And in this hour, we will hear from Senator Marco Rubio, as well as Lara Trump, his daughter-in-law, who is co-chair of this RNC and is a rising star in the party.
Nora, great to be with you. Day one of the convention was about a surge of emotion for Republicans here as they saw former President Trump enter this arena, a bandage on his ear, take his seat silently. Night two, formally, as you say, about unity, about the issues of crime and immigration, but there is an undercurrent here as well. It's about loyalty. Former President Trump has often told me in interviews he prizes loyalty as a trait. He wants it in people at the highest ranks of the Republican Party. And one by one, whether it's Governor DeSantis, Ambassador Haley, coming soon, Senator Rubio, they are pledging their loyalty for a third time, a historic third nomination to former President Trump.
One of the most loyal supporters of Donald Trump was his former vice president, Mike Pence, who is not here tonight. He is spending the time fishing in Montana as he moved forward on January 6th to certify the election. Want to bring in our chief political analyst, John Dickerson. John?
Picking up on that point about loyalty, Nora, just a reminder that Nikki Haley told Tim Alberto that we went down a path we shouldn't have. She talked about, this is with reference to January 6th, and we shouldn't have followed him, meaning Donald Trump, and we shouldn't have listened to him, and we can't let that ever happen again. That's what she used to say. What she did tonight was she put all of her chips on the table by referring to what she saw with her own eyes, something she wouldn't even do even when she was criticizing Trump during the primary. Whenever some of us interviewed her and said, wait a minute, you saw him up close. Are you going to say anything about his character? She wouldn't go that far. Well, tonight she said, I had a front row seat. And why is that important? Because we're talking about loyalty. There are a lot of people who serve with Donald Trump, 2 secretaries of defense, national security advisors, chiefs of staff, and other senior officials who have gone on the record and said we served with him. He should not have a second term. Now you have a person who is in the cabinet who said, I served with him and I think I should. It's a counterbalance for that story that's happening outside of the convention, where there are Republicans who know him well and who do not have the same conversion journey that Nikki Haley has traveled.
It should be noted, too, Nikki Haley at many times suggested that both candidates should take a mental test, an acuity test. She had also at times suggested that Donald Trump had been diminished, as well as raising questions about his policy positions. John Dickerson, thank you. I want to bring in CBS Mornings co-host Tony DeCopel, who is on the convention floor for us. Hi there, Tony.
Hey, Nora. I'm joined now by 2 members of the U.S. Armed Forces prior service here. We've got William Oden, who is a senior master sergeant in the U.S. Air Force, and Jerry Rovner, who retired as a Navy captain. We were following the Nikki Haley speech. They're both members of the South Carolina delegation. We noted the mention of unity, but also the desire to expand the Republican Party. William, you thought that is not only happening, but will continue to happen. Why so?
That's correct, because that's one of our goals is to bring more Latinos and Americans of African descent into the Republican Party. Our values are their values when we start looking at it and talking to people one-on-one. The faith, family, and freedom, the job opportunities, meritocracy, just like Martin Luther King talked about, not the color of our skin, but the content of our character. And that's our goal, is to bring more people in, to get them away from the mentality of free stuff, giving you stuff to stay around, having babies with no fathers in the house. So that's our message to our Latino and Black community, to bring them into the fold.
I want to get Jerry in here quickly because the vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, was a Marine corporal. How significant is his pick? What's he going to bring to the ticket in your view?
It's huge because he learned his values in the Marine Corps, and that's a big step. I belong to a national organization. I'm on the National Board of Advisors for an organization called STARS, and we're fighting DEI in the military. And we don't have to re-educate somebody like him who got his values from that. What's going on with our military today is they're teaching people what to think and not how to think. And that's a huge difference. Remember, these are our future leaders, and it goes from the academies all the way through to the four-star generals.
Jerry, thank you very much. William, thank you very much. Nora, I'm going to send it back to you.
Tony DeCopel on the floor. Also on the convention floor for us is political correspondent Ed O'Keefe. Ed?
Nora, it's good to be with you on the second night of the Republican convention. You know, as a political correspondent, you meet hundreds, if not thousands, of voters over the course of a campaign season. We're walking the floors just now, and I recognize two faces that are with me now. Deborah and Angela from suburban Des Moines, Iowa. They stick out a little bit. You make these on your own, don't you?
I do, yes.
And you are a delegate to the convention for the first time. Remind me why.
Well, I am a Trump delegate for the first time. I am President Trump's top volunteer in the state of Iowa and in the nation.
How many phone calls have you made for the former president?
Over 300,000.
And if you reach a voter, say in the next few days, who voted for one of the other Republicans who was in the race, and they say to you, I'm still on the fence about why I should vote for him, what would be your sales pitch?
Well, I honestly feel that things have changed so much now, I don't get that anymore.
You don't think what?
I don't get the...
Well, you don't get that people are...
No, it's the people that I have speak to on the phone, they are all for Trump. They know that our country needs a change, and that is what we want, is President Trump for this country.
Republicans have united. Republicans have united behind Trump. The message this past 2 days here has shown that we have a border focus. We want safer communities, and you can see by the lineup of speakers here that we know the Republican Party is unified to defeat Biden.
And that, of course, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley speaking tonight, Marco Rubio as well. Give us a twirl and let us see the back of these coats. And Nora, these are handmade, and a good example of the devotion that many here on the floor of the convention have to the former president and the resolve they have to get him reelected in November.
All right, Ed O'Keefe with some fashion coverage from the from the convention floor. Ed, thank you so much. Tonight's theme here at the RNC is Make America Safe Once Again. And to highlight that mission, speaking next is Michael Morin. His sister, Rachel, a mother of 5, was murdered in August 2023 by an undocumented immigrant in Maryland, now receiving a standing ovation. Morin was killed while out for a jog, and the search for her body lasted 10 months. The suspect is a 23-year-old undocumented migrant from El Salvador. Authorities say that he entered the country illegally. He was arrested last month. Donald Trump has posted about Rachel Morin's case on social media to blame President Biden's border policy for her death. And Major Garrett, this is part of the focus. Immigration.
Yes.
We've heard build the wall chanted again here as a way that they believe Biden has made the country less safe.
Yes, immigration, the polls tell us over and over again, is a very important issue. And there are facts like this case that you just mentioned that are heartbreaking and tragic and real. And no discussion of immigration can overlook those hard and brutal and painful facts for the families involved. However, there are some numbers worth thinking about. As they've been talked about from the podium tonight, we've heard 3 different numbers, Nora. 8 million undocumented immigrants crossing the border. 11 million undocumented immigrants. 10 million. What's the actual number? It's actual 8 million. Not the inflated numbers you've heard from the podium tonight. And not every single one of those undocumented immigrants, it represents an individual. Many of them are counted multiple times because they cross the border many times. This is a fact. It was a fact during the Trump administration. It's a fact under the Biden administration. Are the Biden administration numbers higher than comparison to Trump? Yes. 2.4 million undocumented immigrants in one full year. 2023 under Biden? Yes. 2019 under Trump? 1 million undocumented border crossers. It was a problem under Trump. It's a bigger problem under Biden, but the numbers do matter, and they need to be clarified so we understand the depth and gravity of this problem in order to deal with it.
This has been an elusive legislative goal for multiple presidents, even going back to George W. Bush and beyond. The Senate got so close this year on a bipartisan bill, one the Democrats did not want to vote for. Agreed to a number of things that the Democrats don't like, and yet the bill was killed at the last minute. By who?
Former President Trump, who said the politics of this deal would be ruinous for the Republican Party on the messaging on this, and wanted to take the issue unresolved to the electorate in 2024. And as you mentioned, Nora, it's really important. That bipartisan legislation had almost no concessions, zero, for Democratic priorities long held on the immigration space. All the provisions were written and drafted by Republicans. Still not sufficient for former President Trump to endorse. Had he, there'd actually be legislation. Why does that matter? Because when you do immigration policy through executive action, guess what happens when an administration changes? Executive actions are rescinded. The only way to permanently deal with this problem is to have legislation. It's been elusive since George W. Bush. It may be elusive even if Donald Trump is reelected.
When I've been speaking to my Republican sources and Trump campaign officials, they say the focus on immigration tonight is, of course, partly about crime, and they're certainly highlighting it here on stage tonight, but it's also about economics. And the main voter both campaigns are competing for is the working voter in places like Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and where immigration is a real concern as well.
That is, those are the so-called blue wall that President Biden believes he must win in order to win re-election. Let's listen in now to the Morin family that I described earlier, who has been affected by crime.
This beautiful trail was to us a safe place where we pushed our babies in strollers, where we walked together as a family, where my wife and I got married, near what would later become the spot where my sister's body was found. Rachel, a joyful, accomplished athlete and mother of 5, was raped and murdered by a suspected illegal immigrant. This was described as among the most brutal and violent offenses that has ever occurred in Harford County, Maryland history. Open borders are often portrayed as compassionate and virtuous. But there is nothing compassionate about allowing violent criminals into our country and robbing children of their mother. My sister's death was preventable. The monster arrested for killing Rachel entered the U.S. unlawfully after killing a woman in El Salvador. Joe Biden and his designated border czar, Kamala Harris, opened our borders to him and others like him, empowering them to victimize the innocent. Yet, to this day, we have not heard from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They never apologized. But when Rachel was killed, President Trump called my family to offer his condolences. He wanted to meet with us. He cared. That is leadership. And we need real leadership back in the White House. What has gotten us through this unthinkable loss is our faith in Jesus Christ. And as brutal as the murder of my sister was, I pray that her killer will find Jesus Christ. For all the affected by senseless tragedy, I pray for peace, knowing that all things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose. I pray that we hold worldly leaders accountable for safety and justice for innocent people. I pray that we make our country safe and secure in the memory of my sister Rachel, who loved life. Thank you. God bless America. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And an emotional set of remarks remembering Rachel Morin, who was killed while jogging by an undocumented immigrant. Robert?
You're also going to hear tonight from more speakers who have similar stories. And the Trump campaign behind the scenes says this is about shining a light on prosecutors, Democratic elected prosecutors across the country, who they believe, whether it's former President Trump's legal challenges or the issue of border security, in their view, are not doing their job. This is a big part of the campaign's message at the convention, an unusual focus, but for them, they believe it's visceral and it gets people active on this issue in particular.
We are now hearing from Madeleine Brame, chairwoman of the Victims' Rights Reform Council and a mother. The Manhattan District Attorney currently just wrapped up the prosecution of Donald Trump.
And former President Trump is a convicted felon now because of the Manhattan trial, which CBS News covered extensively. And so they're going right at the district attorney's record in Manhattan, the same district attorney who prosecuted the nominee.
One of them received 14 months time served. Alvin Bragg charged her with assault with a shoe. And another one was sentenced to 7 years. I later learned that Alvin Bragg often dismisses and reduces dangerous criminals. He wants to clear the jails and return violent felons onto our streets every day. The injustice was devastating for me and my family. I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America. We need justice for victims, and we need accountability for prosecutors who fail in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Foxx in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired? The Democratic Party that poor minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America. But mine eyes have been opened. Just like so many other poor minorities across America. Donald Trump shares our values, love of God and family and country. He's been a victim of the same corrupt system that I have been and my family has been. He is committed to providing economic opportunities, helping those suffering from addiction with long-term inpatient drug programs, rolling back deadly bail reform policies that are getting our children killed every single day, and supporting our police. We back the NYPD. We back the blue. Back the blue. NYPD, black the blue. Trump was right when he said, they're after us. He's just standing in the way. And guess what? He always will. That's why I'm standing with him today. Let's make America safe again. Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and good night.
A full-throated endorsement by Madeleine Brame and an attack on the District Attorney Alvin Bragg of New York. Now, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the former White House press secretary, now a very popular governor in Arkansas, the first female governor of that state. She's championed higher teacher pay and universal school choice. Let's listen.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And before I get started, I want to say I have always been proud to stand with President Trump, but never have I been more proud than to stand with him right now, tonight. Not even an assassin's bullet could stop him. God Almighty intervened because America is one nation under God, and he is certainly not finished with President Trump. And our country is better for it. I am here tonight as America's youngest governor, the first woman to lead the great state of Arkansas. and most importantly, a mom to 3 amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. When I was President Trump's White House press secretary, the best job, I got the chance to take my 4-year-old son, Huck, to Bring Your Kid to Work Day. Much like Jill now drags Joe to bring your husband to work day. And while I was briefing the president on the upcoming event in the Oval Office, all of the kids who were attending that day gathered in the Rose Garden, getting ready to meet him. And we were walking out onto that beautiful, perfect colonnade. And I saw out of the corner of my eye that my son Huck was running full speed directly at the President of the United States. Being the gracious person he is, President Trump bent down to give him a big hug. And right in front of everyone, Huck sidestepped the president, completely ignoring him in front of everyone, and ran straight into my arms. For my 4-year-old son, the most powerful man in the world had nothing on his mom. But because he's the amazing man he is, President Trump didn't mind at all. After all, he's a dad to 5 unbelievable kids and a grandfather to 10. And while that story is certainly a special memory for my family, it's an even greater reminder why I support President Trump, not for me, not for him, but for my kids and for yours. Under President Trump, America was safer. The world was safer, and it felt like the next generation would have a chance at the American dream. President Trump did the job that Kamala won't and Joe Biden simply can't. When we're honest, every American knows that we were so much better off under President Trump. So tonight, I don't want to just speak about President Trump's successful policies. While there are many, I want to talk about the man that I know. When the president hired me, I was the first mom and only the 3rd woman to ever serve as the White House press secretary. And in that role, I endured relentless attacks from the left. I was insulted as a guest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. My family was denied service and kicked out of a restaurant. And a parent at my 3-year-old son's preschool spit on my car. And in those moments, it was President Trump who defended me. And when an MSNBC host, the author of several books on empowering women, said I was unfit to be a mother, and another MSNBC host said I was vile, not even human, and that I should be choked, MSNBC again did nothing. But our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, "Sarah, you're smart, you're beautiful, You're tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job. Never let them stop fighting. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. That's the Donald Trump that I know. And that's the Donald J. Trump I will always respect. The left doesn't care about empowering women. Biden and Harris can't even tell you what a woman is. They only care about empowering themselves. But we have a president who believes in empowering every American and that our country is worth fighting for. For the last 4 years, Republican governors have been leading that fight and doing what Joe Biden refuses to do. We've deployed the National Guard to the border. We've cracked down on crime and drugs. We cut taxes to give hardworking Americans a break from Bidenflation. And we empowered parents with universal school choice across the country. Donald Trump was the very first president in my lifetime to take a hard line against China, and I'm proud to be the first and only governor in the country to kick communist China off our farmland and out of my state. President Trump is a leader, and he's the leader our country needs. And if ever there was a doubt, earlier this week, we saw just how tough, resilient, courageous, and daring this man is, and we can't get him back in the White House fast enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not called to stand still in the face of great danger. You and I were put on this earth at a moment in time to charge boldly ahead. We cannot know what the future holds, but we know damn sure who holds the future in his hands. God spared President Trump from that assassin because God is not finished with him yet. And he most certainly is not finished with America yet either. With God as our guide and President Trump back in the White House, we will show the world that America is the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, let us not leave here just excited about a great few days, but let us leave here energized and committed to making sure that we protect our freedom and we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation, because America is the greatest country that the world has ever known, and our kids and our grandkids deserve to enjoy it the way each of us did. And we will with President Trump back in the White House. Thank you so much. God bless the great state of Arkansas and the amazing United States of America. Thank you very much.
Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders with a personal speech previewing this new generation of leaders. Let's not forget she is a daughter of a preacher. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Florida Senator Marco Rubio and Lara Trump, you're watching CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention.
Coming up, our series. Wait a minute. Tom, is that you working the camera?
Keep leaning out of your close-up.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Go to the ends of the earth. Reach for the stars.
Yeah, I just took off. That kind of thing.
Oh, that's pretty good. Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That Desired Farm, it's a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
People with developmental disabilities were once sequestered by the hundreds of thousands in institutions.
Many of our fellow citizens are suffering tremendously because lack of attention, lack of imagination, lack of adequate manpower.
Disability activists have since torn down barriers blocking them from living at home or in the community.
We conclude that Title II of the ADA requires states to provide community-based treatment for persons with mental disabilities.
But of the 16,000 people who remain in state-operated institutions, half are in 5 states, and Illinois is one of them.
I don't want to live in the institution. It makes me feel discriminated against.
Do you think there are people living in institutions in Illinois that don't need to be living there?
Yeah, because they're proving it as soon as they get out.
This is CBS.
you were going 195 miles an hour.
This is incredible.
How close did you actually come to being killed?
That close.
Is this brain surgery without a knife?
It is.
What risk do these children pose to Russia?
I'm not sure the world is prepared for this change.
Definitely not.
Who's the best coach in college football tonight?
Let me see a mirror.
It's time for the CBS News original 60 Minutes.
Welcome back to the second night of the Republican National Convention. You could call tonight Team of Rivals, as a number of rivals, former rivals of Donald Trump, have taken the stage tonight to endorse him and try and signal that the party is unified. Just a short time ago, we heard from Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She was once the White House press secretary, now governor of Arkansas, has always solidly been in Donald Trump's camp for the most part, and delivered a very personal set of remarks tonight. Major?
Sure. I dealt with Sarah Huckabee Sanders when I covered the Trump White House. She talked about how President Trump, in some of the moments that she was disdained publicly and ridiculed, came to her personal defense, bucked her up inside the White House. Why does that matter? Well, it matters to Sarah Huckabee Sanders. It matters to the first female governor of Arkansas. And she hopes, and the Republican Party hopes, it matters in the broader conversation about what Donald Trump represents to, let's be honest, suburban and exurban women who are still not sold on Donald Trump. But this is a personal way of Sarah Huckabee Sanders saying, no, what you may think about him, what you may have already concluded about his harshness, his tone, some of the things you find off-putting, I found in moments. Not only was Donald Trump supportive, but meaningfully supportive of me. That's a message she wanted to have resonate in this hall, and I think it's fair to say that it did.
But do Sarah Huckabee's policies resonate with suburban women?
Well, to build on Major's point, you have Governor Huckabee Sanders, along with so many other Republicans here on stage, building a new generation for Trumpism. If you thought that Trump's ideological views, his positions would somehow fade away after he left office, you're seeing tonight on stage so many Republicans around the age of 50, 40, even 39, with the vice presidential nominee, saying we are here to articulate and advocate for what Trump stands for. And that's so different than the Republican Party of a decade ago. This is a party totally now in Trump's image, despite all of his challenges, legally and otherwise.
John Dickerson, one of the interesting things we also heard from Governor Huckabee Sanders is that God is not finished with him, suggesting there was something providential in terms of which was remarkable that he is still alive, given that bullet that whizzed right by his head. Trump is not known as someone who attends church regularly or at all. And yet there has taken on a new sort of theme here, too, about that God wants Trump to be the next president of the United States.
You're right. You know, when George W. Bush ran for president, he was, to the evangelical voter, one of them. He'd had a conversion experience. He spoke easily and fluidly about the role Christ played in his life. You never hear that from President Trump. He recently talked about going to heaven and basically how you want to have your accounts in order so you can go there. And sort of spoke in that very transactional way about Christ's promise. But as a vessel, and Major touched on this last night after Tim Scott's speech, speaking about Donald Trump as an agent of God's will in God's unknowable plan, but that there is one for Trump. He doesn't need, his personal story and faith is not important if people see providence in the actions of Donald Trump or in what happens to him or doesn't, in this case, happen to him. And so that has a very willing audience. And that's a part of whether there is that Republican audience of people who back Nikki Haley, who don't like Donald Trump, whether they're going to be able to take that fourth and fifth look. But, of course, and that may be enough for Donald Trump if he gets other parts of his coalition. He's just trying to bring back those voters who left him in 2020. Of course, the question, though, is when Sarah Huckabee Sanders talks about Joe Biden doesn't know about how to empower women. He did name a woman to be his vice president. So there's a larger context about who has your back if you're a woman that's going to be a part of the general election.
And as Joe Biden talked about today in addressing the NAACP, not just a woman, but a black woman as the first to add to the Supreme Court of the United States. I'm pausing for just a minute here because I know now that Senator Marco Rubio has taken the stage, and we want to listen into the Florida senator.
The last few days remind us that the life of every living thing and the breath of all mankind is in the hands of God. We were brought to the precipice of the abyss, and by the hand of God, reminded of what truly matters in our lives and in our country. This thing we do called politics, it matters. It's not unimportant. But it is our people who must always matter the most in everything we do. By giving voice to everyday Americans, President Trump has not just transformed our party, he has inspired a movement. A movement of the people who grow our food and drive our trucks, the people who make our cars and build our homes, the people whose taxes fund our government, and whose children fight our wars. Americans like Kari Lake. He was a former fire chief and a loving husband. He was described as the best dad a girl could ever ask for. As a man of God who loved Jesus fiercely and looked after members of his church. Kari was one of the millions of everyday Americans who make our country great. He wasn't rich, he wasn't famous, and the only reason why we know his name and story now is because last Saturday, he shielded his wife and daughter from an assassin's bullet and lost his life the way he lived it, a hero. For those still wondering who are in the press and many watching at home, these are the Americans who wear the red hats and wait for hours under a blazing sun to hear Trump speak. And what they want, what they ask for, it is not hateful or extreme. What they want is good jobs and lower prices. They want borders that are secure, and for those who come here to do so legally. They want to be safe from criminals and from terrorists. And they want for our leaders to care more about our problems here at home than about the problems of other countries far away. There is absolutely nothing dangerous or anything divisive about putting Americans first. Those who are offended, anyone who is offended about putting America first has forgotten what American is and what American means. American isn't the color of our skin or our ethnicity. Americans are people as diverse as humanity itself. But out of many, we are one. Because as the life story of our next Vice President, J.D. Vance, reminds us, we are all descendants of ordinary people who achieved extraordinary things. Who do we come from? We come from pioneers who ventured west to chase their dreams, and slaves who overcame bondage to claim their right to the promise of America. We come from exiles who fled tyranny in search of freedom, and of immigrants who left behind all they had and knew because they could not be or achieve God's purpose for their life in the nation of their birth. That is an American. And putting Americans first must be what this election is about. When President Trump was in the White House, Americans had more money and lower prices. Our borders were secure and our laws were enforced. Iran was broke, the Taliban stopped killing Americans, and Putin didn't invade anyone. Now, under Biden, high prices devour paychecks. Criminals and drugs are allowed to flood into our country and terrorize our people. And Iran has money to support terrorists. The Taliban humiliated us in Afghanistan, and not one, but two major wars have broken out. My fellow Americans, the only way to make America wealthy and safe and strong again is to make Donald J. Trump our president again. Our country has been injured by the bad decisions of weak leaders. But now, though bloodied by our wounds, we must stand up and we must fight. Fight not with violence or destruction, but with our voices and our votes. Fight not against each other, but for the hopes and dreams we share in common and make us one. And fight for an America where we are safe from those who seek to harm us on our streets and from abroad. And we will not be alone in this fight. For leading us in this fight will be a man who, although wounded and facing danger, he stood up and raised his fist and reminded us that our people and our country are always worth fighting for. It is time to put our country and our people first again. And if we do, together, we will make our people wealthy again. If we do, together, we will make our country safe again. Together, we will make Donald Trump our president again. And together, we will not just make America great again. We will make America greater than it has ever been. Thank you. God bless you.
On the stage.
Florida Senators Marco Rubio, and now the big speech coming up is Lara Trump, 41 years old, the party's co-chair, host of this 4-day Republican National Convention, married to Eric Trump and a rising star within the Republican Party.
I don't feel like I actually have to ask this question, but is anybody in this room ready to send Donald Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Well, it may not be a surprise that I actually had a very different speech that I was prepared to give up here tonight. that all changed at 6:11 on Saturday evening. Nothing prepares you for a moment like that. Our family has faced our fair share of death threats, mysterious powders sent to our homes, tasteless and violent comments directed towards us on social media, but none of that prepares you as a daughter-in-law to watch in real time someone try to kill a person you love. None of that prepares you as a mother to quickly reach for the remote and turn your young children away from the screen so that they're not witness to something that scars the memory of their grandpa for the rest of their lives. The prayers and well wishes we've received over the last 72 hours have been overwhelming, to say the least. And my heart goes out to the family who lost a husband and a father because of this senseless act. All of you here tonight and watching at home mean the world to all of us in the Trump family. If Donald Trump has shown us anything, it's that when it feels impossible to keep going, those are the times we must keep going. I don't know how many people here watching at home have ever been to a Trump rally, but if you've never been, let me tell you about them. Oh, some of you have been. Regardless of how the media have painted these rallies, you would be hard-pressed to find and to join a happier group of people coming together over their love for the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I dare anyone trying to leave a Trump rally without leaving with some new friends. You always make friends at a Trump rally, right? Veterans, teachers, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, active duty military, police officers, firefighters, small business owners, Latino supporters, Christian supporters, Jewish supporters, black supporters, white supporters, Asian supporters, gay supporters, Republicans, independents, and yes, even Democrats. At a Trump rally, you're not viewed as your profession, your religion, or the color of your skin. You're viewed as one thing: an American. Last Saturday was a jarring reminder that we, as Americans, must always remember: there is more that unites us than divides us. We all want this country to be great, even if we don't always agree on the best way of doing that. And with every bone in my body, I can tell you that all Donald Trump wants to do and has ever wanted to do is make this country great again for all of us. Proverbs 28 reads, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." And that truly epitomizes Donald Trump. He is a lion. He is bold, he is strong, he is fearless, and he is exactly what this country needs right now. Let's not forget what life actually looked like under President Donald Trump. Trade deals across the world that benefited our economy, allied countries paying their fair share, a safe and secure southern border, Record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and women. Record investment in historically black colleges and universities. The creation of the United States Space Force. The most comprehensive prison reform in decades. How about the peace agreements in the Middle East that they said would never happen? The largest tax cuts in American history, our energy independence, massive amounts of red tape cut, and no new wars when Donald J. Trump was president. Maybe, most importantly though, you could actually feel it in your everyday life. Now, you didn't have to love everything that he tweeted, but you cannot deny you were better off when Donald Trump was in office. Americans were finally able to start saving money. Home prices were affordable, and gas hit a low of $1.87 a gallon. As I speak here tonight, many of our fellow Americans don't know how they'll pay for their next trip to the grocery store, new clothes for their children, or this month's rent. Many of our fellow Americans worry that we are on the verge of a major terror attack here on American soil. Many of our fellow Americans don't think their own children will be able to establish a better life than they themselves currently have. Many of our fellow Americans are right now sitting and wondering how on earth this country could have moved in the wrong direction and so quickly. The Democrats and the media know that they cannot convince you, the American people, that your life is better off now, because it's not. So what will they do? They'll try to sell you on some outrageous narrative about the terrible things that Donald Trump will do if he becomes president. But you don't have to imagine what it would be like. All you have to do is remember what it was like. I know. Oh, yeah. I know what you hear out there about Donald Trump. I know what you read, what the media tells you, and what out-of-touch celebrities on the left say about this man. But when I look at Donald Trump, I see a wonderful father, father-in-law, and of course, grandfather to my two young children, Luke and Carolina. I know that I'm lucky enough to get to call him my father-in-law and see him a little differently than all of you. But it's through that lens that I sometimes wish more people could see him. This is a man who has sacrificed for his family, and a man who has truly sacrificed for his country. Donald Trump didn't need to run for president for fame or money. Trust me, we all know he already had plenty of that. I'll tell you why he did it and why he continues on, even in the face of the unthinkable. Because he loves this country. He did it for his grandchildren, for your children and grandchildren, and for the generations to come. I have seen this man dragged through hell and back, in and out of courtrooms, indictments, impeachments, mugshots, and even an assassination attempt. And yet, he has never backed down. I'll never forget watching my 2 children run up to him with their drawings and hugs for Grandpa, just moments before he took the elevator down in Trump Tower to address the media the day after his wrongful conviction. Despite everything else he had going on, he had no other focus in the entire world, just a man relishing time with his grandchildren. It's a side of Donald Trump that not enough people get to see. Maybe you got to see a side of Donald Trump on Saturday that you were not sure existed until you saw it with your own eyes. Martin Luther King Jr. once famously said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." There's no doubt that Saturday was one of the most frightening moments of my father-in-law's life. Millimeters separated him from life and certain death. And yet, it was in the midst of it all, as he was jostled off stage by Secret Service, that he knew how defining that moment would be for our country, and he hoisted his fist in the air. It was not just for the audience at the rally, not just for his supporters tuning in, but for all of America. And as a signal to the world that no matter what, America will always prevail. Though it's been strained and attacked, no enemy, no force, not even a bullet is strong enough to break our American grit and our American soul. We are the country whose founders gave their fortunes, freedom, and lives to pursue the dream of a free society. We are the country of Thomas Edison, Susan B. Anthony, Henry Ford, and Harriet Tubman. We are the country who fought and won 2 world wars. And we are the country who always rises to meet the moment, no matter how insurmountable the task. And in that split second, on Saturday, Donald Trump reminded us all of that very history and who we are at our core as a nation. That is the Donald Trump that I know. He is an American who conquered the business world, an American who made himself a household name, an American who was beloved by politicians and fellow celebrities for decades until he ran for office with an R next to his name. An American whom even Barack Obama admits people consider the American dream. And instead of sailing off into the sunset after an illustrious real estate and television career, he decided to give back. He decided to bring some of the things that had made him so successful in life to all of you in order to improve the lives of all Americans. Black, white, brown, gay, straight, all Americans, because that's the man that Donald Trump is. I can tell you that my personal experience with Donald Trump has shown me his heart. There wasn't a second that he made this small-town girl who was way out of her element in New York City feel anything but welcomed and part of the family. And if not for the support and encouragement of my father-in-law, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's been said by many that Donald Trump sees things in people that they don't even recognize in themselves. In 2016, when he asked me to help him win my home state of North Carolina, I'll be honest, I was terrified. I had no idea how I would make it happen, but he knew I would, and I did. When I was given an opportunity to join a television network as a commentator, it was the push and support of my father-in-law that gave me the confidence to take that job. Always the first one to call or text me after a TV hit and tell me, "Great job, keep going." Not bad, right? Or even a few months ago, when he called and asked me to be the co-chair of our party, he showed me potential in myself that I couldn't yet see. So tonight, to my father-in-law, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for continuing on. Thank you for raising wonderful kids. Thank you for being an amazing grandfather. Thank you for never giving up on me. And thank you for never giving up on our country. Tonight, I come to you, not as the co-chair of the RNC, not as the daughter-in-law of the candidate. Tonight, I come to you as a mom and as a citizen of this country. For those of you watching who have never voted for Donald Trump, I know what the media and his political opponents have tried to tell you about this man. Believe me, I have seen and heard it all, but I have also seen the truth. I am proud to know Donald Trump, to campaign for him, to vote for him, and to raise his grandchildren. He will do what is necessary to protect you, protect your family, and protect this country. Because Donald Trump wants us all to be successful, to be safe, to be happy, to be strong, and to be great again. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote, not for the Donald Trump you see flashed on your TV every day, splashed across the headlines. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that Luke and Carolina call Grandpa. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that my husband Eric calls Dad. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump that I call my father-in-law. I'm asking you to vote for the Donald Trump who can and will make America great once again for all of us. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. We love you. Thank you, guys.
The Republican Party co-chair, Lara Trump, offering and recasting the image of Donald Trump and compassionate, warm grandpa that she mentioned many ways as they seek to court suburban women, which he did not do well with 4 years ago and lost to Joe Biden. Robert Costa.
Day 2 of the convention full of a barrage of partisan attacks, but also muted speeches with so many of the Republicans here grappling with what happened over this past weekend, an assassination attempt on former President Trump. You also saw with the closing speech, politics still is a family business for the Trump family, the family front and center. Donald Trump Jr. in the vice presidential selection of Senator J.D. Vance, and now Lara Trump tonight giving the keynote speech.
Major Garrett.
Tonight's speeches, Nora, encapsulated this unique moment for Donald Trump. He runs as an incumbent, as a challenger, and as many people said on the stage tonight, a victim. Quite clearly Saturday, everyone saw him as a potential victim of an assassination attempt. But there was an effort to conflate his legal troubles with that assassination, though there's no connection whatsoever. Several rhetorically tried to do that. Also tonight, it describes the Trump administration, its record, as in glorious terms, overlooking a hard political fact. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election by 7 million votes. That nostalgia, though, might be well placed for Republicans, comes up with the hard reality of the politics of 2020, politics that this party gathered here in Milwaukee hopes to reverse in 2024.
That is part of the sales jobs of each party's convention. We're seeing that underway. Major Garrett, Robert Costa, thank you very much. That wraps up night 2 of the Republican National Convention. Our coverage continues on CBS News 24/7 and tomorrow on CBS Mornings. And join us again tomorrow night for the CBS Evening News and more primetime coverage of the RNC right here on CBS. For all of us at CBS News, I'm Nora O'Donnell. Good night.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this.
What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that?
Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense?